caught in a rage. I'm feeling down, about to clown, please pardon my ways. And yeah, I know how it sounds, I am out of my brain. I just get ghosts when around, I don't argue to play. See, I've been pushing for a minute, all alone, I'm grown. See, I don't need a critic judging, cause I feel at home. They do not care about your feelings, they just want you gone. But why I care for their attention when I want the throne, yeah. As I walk through the valley of death, I feel no evil of the people who are laughing to help. I told myself that I would get it till the last of my breath. So now I listen to my vision as I'm pacing my steps. I gotta move smart and give it a chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning that I'm coming, I promise I won't. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. Now it's back where I left. I know they praying on my demise, but lacking the help. I look them dead up in their eyes like what's happening, I'm here. And in my heart it's too cold, it's no passion in there. Yeah. Now it's back to my ways. They pick my feet up to the fire, now I'm catching the blaze. If they only knew the pain that I've been through, afraid they wouldn't try me, but beside me. Now it's obviously hate, so I gotta move smart and give them no chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning, I'm coming, I promise I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all.
PUBG Mobile players. Hello there! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bulan Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bulan Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bulan Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepak Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and Zip Lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away. As long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking, they will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these 2 mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated 1 new vehicle and 2 new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a 2-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. Milta Power has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of Milta Power to make this area more reachable so the players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the ferry pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sosnovka military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above. Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gear Front, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Nusa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Nusa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Nusa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Nusa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Nusa has a super recall mechanic available. As long as there's a teammate still in the match, and before the first blue zone starts shrinking, all eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach a zip line to quickly move between areas, but note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bulan Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bulan Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Nusa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye!
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
starting to rage. I'm feeling down, about to clown, please pardon my ways. And yeah, I know how it sounds, I am out of my brain. I just get ghosts when around, I don't argue to play. See, I've been pushing for a minute, all alone, I'm grown. See, I don't need a critic judging, cause I feel at home. They do not care about your feelings, they just want you gone. But why I care for their attention when I want the throne, yeah. As I walk through the valley of death, I feel no evil of the people who are laughing to help. I told myself that I would get it till the last of my breath. So now I listen to my vision as I'm pacing my steps. I gotta move smart and give it a chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning that I'm coming, I promise I won't. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. I'm running for it, it's my call. I'm running for it, it's my call. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. I promise that I won't fall. I promise that I won't fall. Work hard cause this is my job. Go hard cause this is my cause. I want it all. Yeah. Now it's back where I left. I know they praying on my demise, but lacking the help. I look them dead up in their eyes like what's happening, I'm here. And in my heart it's too cold, it's no passion in there. Yeah. Now it's back to my ways. They pick my feet up to the fire, now I'm catching the blaze. If they only knew the pain that I've been through, afraid they wouldn't try me, but beside me. Now it's obviously hate, so I gotta move smart and give them no chance, dog. I fought through all the pressure and all of the standoffs. They hoping that I let up and never just stand tall. This is a warning, I'm coming, I promise I won't fall. I where to find us.
Monkey still going for the squad, another nade around the side, puts another Game Lord down, and now for the challenge with the Death Machine, now left with just the one. They spot him going into the doors, and TJB yet to move on through, but only takes shots towards MADBULLS, which will the corner through the door, finds Bazzi, and Kapahama as well.
It's still anyone's game here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Championship, but we only have 2 days left to play here for teams to try to reign supreme, get top 3, and get into PMGC. I'm Jason Kappan, your rhyming host, and we got to bring in our analysts here who are breaking down all the matches that have happened over the last few days, and of course, what's coming up these next 2 days. Max, looking good as ever. How you doing today, man? We've had new teams step up. We have a big competition at the top. It's got to be a good day of games.
I'm super hyped right now. We've hit the 50% mark of the tournament, and FLUX had enough of a cushion after the first day. They don't have it anymore, so we might have a different first place team. So it's always going to be interesting to see.
But that's what I like to see, Cloris. This tough competition we've seen, I think, this last year, year and a half. There's always a battle at the top now. It's never one-sided, unless you're MADBULLS. But beyond that, it is super close.
Yeah, especially awesome to see how things shaped up yesterday, where I had my concerns and reservations that maybe it would just be another FLUX day, but it was not. It was anything but, as we saw other teams rise to the occasion. Even some unexpected teams from my perspective rise to the occasion. So very happy to see that.
Yeah, and we'll actually get into some of those surprise teams in just a few, but we're going to remind you about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. I have been told to not reach in there and grab one, because then I will never be able to stop because they're so delicious. Max Ben, he knows. He tried to make his own monster bread yesterday in the hotel, but he forgot that we don't have an oven in our rooms.
I tried to make, without an oven, you can't. I had like the mixture.
He tried slapping it like for hours and hours and hours to get
that.
to cook, but it didn't work.
The show was too soon. An extra 2 hours maybe would have been baked, but nah, it didn't work out.
Well, you know what? You can also check out all of our social channels as well here. All the official channels we have lovely behind us on this lovely little screen, which I'm hoping we don't use for evil a little bit later on today. And yes, Matt, I am talking to you. But gentlemen, moving on from this though, let's get an idea of how the overalls did end up at the end of 2 days of play and how we've been talking about teams have been rising through the ranks. We have a battle at the top. It's not quite so one-sided. It's only 12 points at the moment, Max, here between FLUX and MADBULLS.
Yeah, and just one game could tip the lead over to another team. It could be MADBULLS, it could be HVVP, but in particular, I think we're happy here, Kalaris, to see HVVP step up day one. Not really seen too much about this team, but here they have been the consistency kings on day 2, and without a singular chicken dinner, being just behind the team was 3 wins and FLUX was 2. If they get a win, they could be in that first place here today.
Yeah, ridiculous placement points considering no chicken dinners, right? So very, very important to see that. I think once they do start converting chicken dinners, and I believe they will, then they've got to be very scared up towards the top. Likewise for S2G as well. I mean, yes, their placements haven't been spectacular, but the elimination points they've been able to garner through all of this, once they also start getting wins on the board, which again, I believe they will, everybody at the top better be scared, because those two teams are coming for the top.
And as a last little touch on HVVP really quickly, I think the most impressive is kind of what you guys already mentioned. No chicken dinners, but 72 placement points. They had the same amount of placement points as FLUX, who has 72, but 2 chicken dinners, and they're 3 points behind MADBULLS, who have 3 chicken dinners. And as you said, Max, consistency, constantly getting into that late game.
Exactly. I mean, FLUX, after their first day where they got themselves those 2 chicken dinners and just always getting high eliminations, they really didn't get much yesterday. And then you're looking at HVVP yesterday, 2 second places, a 3rd place, and even the games when they did tend to go out a little bit early, it's like 3, 4 eliminations here and there. On the short term, it's not that much, but the more the tournament goes on, it does rack up pretty significantly. So they're looking good here.
I think they're doing a really good job of pivoting their strategy mid-game. And yes, everybody in BR has to do that, because sometimes things just don't go your way. In fact, a lot of the time, things don't go your way. But HVVP right now, they are maybe sometimes losing a few people here and there, and they are really heavily pivoting to, okay, let's find the right spot, let's find ourselves those placement points, and they're doing spectacularly with it.
And the funny thing for me is, for like looking at them now, they're basically like the pioneer of Western Europe.
I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Because we talked so many times, Pioneer would have no chicken dinners, be towards the top of the table week in and week out, and they just couldn't close out games. But I think for us, we know HVVP can close out games, and they've improved from day 1 to day 2. We know they like to build into tournaments, so that gets me excited here for day 3.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it was Pioneer in Western Europe, right? At some point, they started being able to close off games. They will always consistently make it to the late game, but that transfer into an actual chicken dinner took some time to get there. Of course, it's only a 4-day tournament, so it's a little bit tougher to make that transition. But it is HVVP we're talking about. This is a team that on paper is super scary. They've shown it already in the past, and it's a team that I think if they just speed up things a little bit, I think we can mainly think of that Miramar. If they were in a central position a little bit quicker, maybe it's their game and they take it away from VIRTUS.PRO, but I think it's just a slight difference, maybe a little bit of a speed up, and this team could convert actual wins.
Well, I want to challenge production here because I'm going to switch things up on them. Let's actually look at HVVP and maybe take a look at their placement points they get per map compared to their elimination points they get per map, because we're talking so much about them. No reason to switch to another team for now, because this team has been, I think, like scavengers. They've been able to scavenge points out of situations where they probably shouldn't have been able to pick up too much.
I think there's been moments where, as you say, in terms of that Miramar game that actually came along, they got choked up by all the other teams that were north, and kind of, you know, that kind of stifled their progression against the VIRTUS.PRO, which was able to take the initiative from that. But still, they're able to get decent placement points on Miramar here against their eliminations, where I think, you know, whilst that's been their highest eliminating map, their battleground, I think still they probably could get even more considering the potential that they actually do have as a team. So we'll see.
What about Sanhok, Max? I mean, 6 average placement points. That means they've gotten 12 in total across the 2 times we played Sanhok. Obviously, we know teams like to heal off here, but even though we'll only have this once per day, it is so important to be able to depend on getting even that amount of points every day.
I mean, all the talent was saying it, even on MEA, even on Americas, because it's such a short-term tournament, 1 point difference can be the main issue. You say there's not a lot of Sanhoks. If you can be good on Erangel and Miramar, that's great, but one Sanhok could be your do-or-die scenario to make into PMGC or not. So the fact that they got good averages on eliminations and placement on all battlegrounds is key and could be their ticket to the grand finals.
And there's the potential for even more on Sanhok, in theory, because it's been 2 mainland circles, right? We know where they drop, we know where they hold down. If we do have a northwest circle, expect a good placement, if not a win from HVVP.
I mean, they did that in PMPL Western Europe so many times whenever they go towards that island, and we don't know, or we know that no teams are really dropping that location anyways to challenge them. So obviously, if we do get to have that happen today. But you talked about earlier, Kalaris, some new teams coming into the mix here. And we're going to talk about one of them in particular, New Worlds, coming in with a fantastic day yesterday. We got to take a look at their, I guess, differences in stats between day 1 and day 2, because they themselves have had a huge step up.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you look at how they were moving, especially on Erangel, for example, I think that that was a great start for them. Yesterday, of course, when you watched as they... I should have stuck with my gut feeling. I really should have. I should have gone with them.
Let's actually say I should have picked New World like 5 seconds after you locked it in.
Didn't.
But I didn't, so I'm behind Max. But they're in the warehouse, and I think what's even more impressive than them taking the warehouse area is the fact that they move into that bowl at just the right moment. The great thing is, and I watched it back, the great thing is that they move there to the point where every team around them, technically, if every team around them came over the lip slightly, they could see New Worlds and probably take them out. But because anybody going over a lip from any direction would then be shooting at other people and in line of sight of the people over the other side of that bowl, they gain natural cover by all the other teams. I'm dropping my cards. By all other teams around them. So it was really the perfect moment for them to make the move.
Exactly. I mean, this is the moments why I'm sad that we don't have the teleadministration back on board, because you could really have some fun breaking those moments down and just seeing the speed at which they execute on those big calls. Because they just take a few seconds more to do that. Another team's in that position, and then they just maybe lose players. They lose the edge to actually get a win. They do it back to back. It's a team that has made changes in the second day, and if they keep it up, a team that can also be in that top 10.
And of course, they got a back-to-back on Sanhok. The Sanhok one to me was less impressive. They had a decent compound, and they worked with it really nicely. That's great. But again, when you see these kinds of moves on an Erangel, it really does speak to the distinct timing and map knowledge that a team has. And for a New World to be able to get that, whilst not exactly being the name that you all think about when you think about the Turkish region, is impressive, and again, shows the depths of the region.
I mean, they came in 7th place when it came to PMPL Turkey in the finals as well, so it's kind of showing the depth of talent that Turkey has. That any team at any given day could step up here and be towards the top. I mean, you look at BEŞİKTAŞ, 2nd place in the finals, not doing too well at the moment, though they did have a better day yesterday. And on that note of that bowl, by the way, you're talking about, I wanted to jump back to that really quickly. Do you think that's just an understanding of the map that they have, that they realize no teams can really peek us, even though we're technically in a vulnerable spot if one team did peek the lip, but because there's so many other teams around us, we know we're going to be safe?
It's twofold. They were in a position that was quite sketchy, so they had to make a move. And where do they go? They go to what is technically the best place at the right time. And I think they also understood that, yes, all these other teams would have had to have made themselves visible and present, known to the other teams around them if they were going to try and sit there.
Well, another team able to step up massively from yesterday, well, from the first day to the second day. All the days are blended together for me. It's VIRTUS.PRO, who they themselves also got 2 chicken dinners as well. So we're going to dive into their stats between the 2 days. If they've, Old Boy in particular, in the team, able to help them really step up here and really over doubling their amount of eliminations between days. That's amazing.
I'm going to say the stats right there. The percentage increase is 40%, right?
At least 50% more eliminations and 40% worth of extra assists there, Max.
Yeah, and more than 100% extra eliminations here coming on board. Wow, absolutely.
I didn't know we had 2 Johns on the desk.
Thank you. I had to do the numbers like 2 days beforehand, okay?
Yeah.
I need to make sure they were good.
And it's me.
But definitely VIRTUS.PRO, a team that also needed that big increase we saw from HVVP. But VIRTUS.PRO, the difference is they have been able to actually convert those wins. Outside the wins, not too many points came in, which is why I think they're currently in 7th position in the rankings. They've not been able to actually get those consistent points in, but a team that has been willing to speed up the process, mainly that Miramar match. The amount of control they took, I mean, is mainly FLUX should have been in that position, but FLUX gives it up and they're just like, oh, that position's open, instantly send it there and try and close off the win. So they were super decisive on a game-winning position to then get the chicken dinner.
There were so many moves between FLUX and VIRTUS.PRO. Like the fact that Soulcare for a while was kind of the anchor for FLUX, and then he moves back, and then Chulika actually moves across the road to try and take that position, knowing that eventually FLUX will have to come back there. So they kind of created an anchor point for VIRTUS.PRO to then hold off one of the biggest teams in the lobby, let's be real about this, with FLUX, and then be able to get the win from that. Again, it was busy in the north. That helps VIRTUS.PRO a lot, but holding off FLUX was extremely important on that Miramar game.
Well, I mean, making correct decisions, I think, is very easy to do when you have a player like Old Boy on the team who's been here since basically the beginning of PUBG Mobile Esports under so many different banners, played in so many international tournaments. And we've talked about, at least in the Turkish scene, having like footballs kind of break up actually kind of helped the scene in general, because you had all these strong players go to different teams, build up new talent, and to help the scene overall improve. Yeah,
I mean, we saw that was also Class Digital Athletics. You know, they split away. Then you got like Sales picking up a lot of players with S2G that have been just doing fantastic in all of this year, actually. And they're also making it to PMGC, right? They're already qualified through PMPL Turkey itself. So, yeah, I mean, I think we said this many times already in day 1 and day 2. All the Turkish guys playing in Turkey, they're homies, right? They're bros. Doesn't matter what team you're creating. It might not work out, but if they have that strong synergy and that just coercion in general, it'll work out in the end.
Okay, well, if we talk about team play, that's obviously very important. But individual play is big as well, Max. And you wanted to look at actually one player in particular today. Why is it this man?
Because it's Kelsey. And I could just stop right there, because Kelsey is one of my favorite players of Turkey. He's been improving so much.
Your crypto fans hear that.
Crypto's also really good, but we're focusing on Turkey, okay? Don't get him cancelled just yet. Okay, I still want to stick around for a bit. But he has been definitely one of the players I would believe has improved the most in the past year to a year and a half in the Turkish region, mainly because he's been playing with players in the past such as Timber and especially Silas that played in PMGC, and Kelsey has just been such an absolute strength on his lonesome. And despite no chicken dinners, he is currently the MVP of these last 2 days combined, so he's currently racing for that extra 2K on the board.
Again, we have to come back to it. It scares you, the idea of if they do start putting chicken dinners on the board. And also watching him through the past 2 days as well, I mean, and even in the Turkish region, it shows that he just has an extreme affinity for the game beyond just, you know, mechanical skill, beyond map knowledge and things like that. The kid's a prodigy. Like, even in off-meta setups, off-meta loadouts and things like that, he's still able to frag out, get those eliminations. So it's no surprise why he's at the top.
Well, I will say this, and I hate to be the bearer potentially of bad news or be the glass is half empty kind of guy, but we've seen this happen before in Turkey. We've seen Frozen. Everyone's talking about him being a prodigy, being one of the best players in the scene, potentially in the world. And then we saw him get to these international stages, he kind of crumbled. Now, the upside for Kelsey is international stage, he's not crumbling. But I'm curious, is this kind of performance he can maintain over the course of, well, potentially with PMGC, because they're in, but then next year as well?
I would say the main issue, for example, for Frozen is when you look at the entirety of the team. Sure, you had Dokkan Mission with him, but Frozen was a standout compared to the rest of the team. Sure, Kelsey is a standout for his team, but Silas is there to support the team. HamCG is like his double ganger to try and actually go for the forefront engages. He is serving as a duo fragging power, right? So if he was a solo, potentially it would be a lot harder for them to maintain it, but the fact is a team-wide effort for the side of S2G makes it a lot easier for him.
That's fair, right? Because we did say the same thing about like Icy for Unicorns of Love. He really stood up for his team, but necessarily didn't have the support he needed to have everyone else play well. And then we see him kind of fall off this season and Crypto kind of step into that role. So it kind of makes sense. But you know what? I am curious to see, I guess, in general, what Turkey has to offer next year, because we're just seeing so many good players develop, so many new teams be created. It is ridiculous how strong this region is in particular. But you know what? We got to move on from the show here because the first match is almost ready to go, and we'll get the schedule up on the screen for you guys to see what's all going down today. 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, 1 Sanhok. It's going to be the exact same way tomorrow. It's the exact same way 2 days ago. And that's how it's going to be. This is the lay of the land here for all these teams to try to get top 3.
I'm wondering, when you take a look at this as well, will we see more Turkish teams get victories on the board? Yesterday, it was actually West Europe heavy. Let's be real about it. But I do think that the time of Turkey is now. We will see S2G get victories. I think we'll see even FLUX have a little bit of a bounce back, even though they're still #1. And because yesterday wasn't exactly as amazing as the first day. But
still first.
They're still first. They're still really good. Yeah, I think we'll see more Turkish wins on the board today.
Well, I want to actually see if we're going to have new teams step up yet again. Every day it's been a different team we've been talking about. There's still 2 days left to go, and there's still a lot of opportunities for some teams to catch up because this point gap isn't too steep for any of these teams. Every team, I think, I'll say that. I'll commit to it. Every team, I think, has the opportunity to still break through in the top 3. It's just about whether or not you can start putting up the games because you're running out of time. You can't have bad matches to continue to happen. And if you're currently in top 3, you have to maintain a level of performance if you want to hold on to that spot.
Yeah. I just looked at the leaderboards beforehand. I think it's BEŞİKTAŞ and TJB currently. I think it's 15th and 16th, respectively. Currently, I would say in the worst spot to potentially initiate a comeback. Like, it's actually a pretty significant difference between 14th and 15th. But otherwise, pretty much every team still has a chance. But if you're in the bottom, like, the morale maybe of these teams is already crushed, so it's a bit tough.
To be fair, right? BEŞİKTAŞ, they're into PMGC, so they don't have to worry. It's more TJB's side who have played in so many international events. They've been here so many seasons as well. We're going to see if they can blend together and make things work. And speaking of blending together, we have our 2 fantastic casters to cover all the action today. We're going to send on over to John Allen and Blank to bring you match 1. Also, got the survey.
There we go. We're a cocktail or something. I don't quite know what he's getting at there, Blank, but we are going to be blending on in to the background as the game comes through in just a moment. Yeah, but those teams at the bottom of the tables, it is really their time to step up if they have it in them, right? And that's the thing that we've kind of been not really seeing from teams like TJB.
Yeah, I think for TJB, again, at some point they will have a big game. At some point it will happen, but I don't think it's going to be enough to send them up towards that top 3. SURREAL Esports with 32 points total. Ooh, it's not looking good for them. And with them losing players on the drop multiple times now, I don't think that is a trend that is going to be stopping anytime soon. BEŞİKTAŞ 12th place at the moment. Certainly possible to send themselves up towards the top of the standings, but very, very difficult. It would be a case of having one hell of a gargantuan day here and grabbing a ton of chicken dinners, a ton of points total to put themselves even in the running. And I think that when you're looking at a lobby like this, John, where it is just filled with fantastic teams, amazing players from around this region, I don't think it's likely that you can bank on getting that many chicken dinners in one day.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Certainly isn't. PMGC, a weight on the minds of the entire lobby at the moment. New Worlds with a cracking run towards the top in yesterday's games, though. I mean, they put numbers up on the board that I don't think we've really expected coming through from them. They were not really in the conversation, honestly, in terms of one of the teams that we were looking at to potentially qualify into the top 3, right? This is a team that qualified in 7th place out of the Turkish regionals. In the finals, they finished in the league stages, they were in 7th as well. This is not a team that you kind of expect to be in a situation like this amongst the top, but they really did show us yesterday that they have got some chops to them.
100%. I think that you look at them, though, and you somewhat wonder how much of yesterday was due to some of the circles, specifically the one that headed up towards the north side of Stalba. I mean, that compound just towards that south side of the mountain itself was just so strong for so long. And I think Kalaris put it best in the sense of it was one of the only positions in that circle where you could get some good scouting done in the first place, being able to look down towards a lot of the locations inside that circle and then being able to kind of cherry pick the best one for yourself. So for New Worlds, kind of lucky, kind of well played at the same time, though, because they made that move at the right moment during that game. But then you look towards the end of the day where they had 3 coming out of the circle on towards Miramar, and getting 3v2'd by Unicorns of Love is not a good feeling whatsoever. But at that point, they were fairly burnt out, and there was a lot of thorns in their side coming out from that compound to try and challenge versus Unicorns of Love. We said, though, John, at the end of yesterday, and I think we'll bring it up right now, that Unicorns of Love had to have a big game at that final game on Miramar to put themselves back into the running towards the top side of the tables, and that was a big chicken dinner. It's one that there was very much needed at the time. I think it was a finish with 27 points total, which sends them up to 106 points, which is very much in range of overtaking anyone up towards 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. There is currently, I would say, about 6 to 7, maybe even 8 teams with a chance of snagging that 3rd spot, or they're all fighting against each other for it, and the chance to potentially find a 2nd spot as well. MADBULLS not out of the woods just yet. FLUX may be out of reach for some of them, but MADBULLS are on that chase as well to take the 40k, because you've got to remember, there is also that prize at the top, 40 grand check that you're not going to be ignoring, especially if you're a team like FLUX, who didn't have the best of performances yesterday. They need to get back to form.
100%, and the prize pool's only going to get bigger from here on out, depending where you can reach, how far up in the tournament scale that you can head towards from this championship. Remember, we do have 3 PMGC places available for these teams, and not one of the 2 teams that are currently in this tournament already have placing towards PMGC are in the top 3, meaning that there's a little bit less leeway for these teams at the moment, so they're going to have to really battle it out for those top 3 positions. S2G, I wanted to say, you know, maybe they're just having fun with it during this tournament. You know, you look at their current results and they're set at 42 placement points. One of the lowest in this bracket. I think the 2nd lowest to that is 51 from Unicorns of Love, but 66 eliminations, which pales a lot of these other teams all the way down into 8th place and all the way up to even 2nd place with MADBULLS with only 55. I think the only team they rival currently is FLUX with 70. And I think, in a way, that kind of made me feel maybe they're enjoying themselves this tournament, getting a bit more practice in, trying to take fights with a lot of these teams they might be seeing in PMGC. But it also is worrying, right? Because you come into this tournament, you're looking, as you say, John, for that check at the top, which is a lot of money on the line here. And it's not only just about, you know, laying back, lazing away, knowing that you've already got into PMGC. So you wonder if maybe these rotations aren't as easy for S2G. Perhaps, yes, still their gun skill is marvelous and fantastic, but they're running into obstacles and hurdles that they've not quite dealt with before.
Seemingly so. I mean, they are, as you say, fragging out pretty heavily, but it is at a cost. Fortunately for them, though, they are still very much, as we've said with a couple of other teams, in that conversation, right? 108 points, tied with New World right now. The tiebreaker goes the way of New Worlds because of the 2 chicken dinners that they were able to get yesterday. But Unicorns of Love 106, 105, VIRTUS.PRO. It's really, really tight in that peloton towards the top of the table. So very much still with a chance. And even though they're maybe struggling to deal with some of these problems that are being presented to them in a new fashion, they have managed to find adequate solutions to keep themselves in that conversation.
100%, John. Looking at S2G here, though, already. Looking towards VP. Only 2 players from S2G on this side currently. We know that throughout the majority of this tournament, they've taken these 2-2 splits very, very often, trying to gain more position around the map nice and early. With an Eastern shift on the circle, they get some information as teams move across that top side with HVVP, FLUX also coming towards Rozhok, passing on maybe that bridge. But I think for HVVP, one of their general rotations so far has been over towards Yasnaya. They were put out slightly on the first day by BEŞİKTAŞ, holding them on the bridge itself from the Wizard Tower, but have switched up their rotation up towards the north side, swinging over the lake itself. So you wonder if BEŞİKTAŞ might even change things up for themselves and maybe hold on the north side of that lake.
Shots from Calci. Currently top performing for S2G. Top performing for the tournament as well. Excellent performances coming through, despite S2G's lack of dominance towards the top of the tables, lack of dominance towards the late games. So it's been quite interesting to be able to snag that one away. Currently duking it out for the top spot, mostly with Swain from OZAROX, of all people, in the MVP race. But still, interesting that he's had such an impact from a team that hasn't managed to get a chicken dinner on the cards yet.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that lack of dominance in terms of leaderboards, lack of dominance towards those late games, but they certainly haven't had a lack of dominance when it comes to the team fights. I think they've been one of the only teams that looks like they can confidently take a fight versus MADBULLS when it comes to that 4v4, and that's what makes them a terrifying team. I think that's, in a way, coming back to the original point now, is that, you know, a lot of times this is a team that, you know, crashes upon the rocks and certainly does some damage to the cliff face, but takes a fair amount in return. So they're a team that's really, really good, but tends to just hemorrhage players a little bit towards that end game, lacking the ability to get towards those big wins. In another light, though, you could go back, and I have, towards those VODs and taken a look at some of the plays, some of the compounds they take, because they're quite a central-based team, RS2G. They like to take position, they like to grab some fantastic compounds towards the end game, but they have been kind of scarpered by some of these hard shifts on the circle where it moves away from their fantastic compound that looked really good in the beginning, and that does cause some problems. Specifically because of the elimination count that's also now coming into this. They take so many shots at so many different teams around them trying to create space for themselves. By the time they leave, there is a ton of angry eyes set upon their location when they start to move out from those compounds. So perhaps today we might even see a big improvement from S2G in terms of point scoring, maybe not their gameplay, just because of the circle maybe favoring them a little bit more.
S2G, like those videos that became up on my feed recently, Blank, of people who get rid of wasps' nests, but unfortunately they forgot to bring their smoke to calm everything down. They are just getting rid of it, or trying to. Unfortunately, they're getting stung into the late game a little bit too frequently for their liking. Kelsey, you can see there, second highest damage. It is kind of crazy that OZAROX have a player who is very much in the conversation for MVP right now at the halfway mark, given their performance. They're 10th place right now, 89 points, but Swain is, for some reason, stepping up big time.
I mean, I think a lot of that just comes back to yesterday on Erangel and the amount of free reign they had over there. They were just pumping damage out towards a lot of those teams, and Swain was getting the fair share of damage on his side. This is a veritable swarm of players all running through one another. VP trying to pass by PIONER. S2G once again getting further in. HVVP have made that late crossing this time, but BEŞİKTAŞ trying to get further down from Yasnaya into a position that they can play. But there is a massive amount of teams down towards this south side. You can barely even see who's playing where.
Crunching in the queue behind those Yasnaya fields. QODEX, PIONER, SURREAL are around as well. It is really getting pretty hectic. Surprised that no one's gone down just yet, but I'm sure that's about to change. A couple of teams still biding their time out in the open waters near the blue. As BEŞİKTAŞ try and hold a crash from VIRTUS.PRO. It doesn't go well for Sun HP. Split on this hold, 2-2, and VP got to take advantage of that, taking the first forward post. Peace now, nade in towards the back. 4 players from VP. The backup from Enjoy stays there as Zessi repositions to try and get a better angle onto the fight and slow things down, but Peace is getting pushed on. So much pressure from VIRTUS.PRO. No one around at the moment for a third party. Unicorns of Love might roll up and into it, but Crypto yet to make that full commit. Peace spotted, and Crypto, there he is. The third party from across the road. BEŞİKTAŞ had nothing that could hold this back.
Crypto very good at setting up these flanks, and I think that throughout most of this tournament we've seen him picking off these cheeky little angles where he's able to see a lot of what's going on and get a big lay of the land there. The rest of his team not quite grouped with him as of yet, which is also somewhat of a problem for Unicorns of Love, so you'd hope that they're on their way as he's calling for backup on that side.
Looked like BEŞİKTAŞ weren't ready for it. They didn't expect all the teams on the south side, but you think, why wouldn't you? VIRTUS.PRO take advantage. Now Crypto peppering on towards VIRTUS.PRO in that same position. The Unicorns of Love having presence out to their western side. Nades coming through from QODEX towards TJB. It's a little bit further south from the engagement we were on board with before. And if you can post one through the top of the window there, you should be able to nail it with some spray downs, but easier said than done. TJB making it all the harder with the smoke screen.
I think with the amount of teams around this area, QODEX is very aware that there might just be a team that's able to quickly take their head off as they peak up. So it doesn't give them a lot of time to line up this shot. So instead, MoneyKen sends out wide, finds a better angle, and that's perfect for them. GK first does go down. Now Vito can maybe step up. The smokes did come out for TJB, but a little bit too late.
The teams playing on splits, suffering right now, Blank, on this melee. All of these teams really forcing their way into the terrain available to them, making it unavailable in the process. Zhao healing up in the shack, no first aids left, still has one med kit, so still a chance to heal, but if the nade goes through, it will take him down, or at least force him on the outside, but stays alive for now again, surviving the bombardment.
Going to try and post a grenade out this window to anyone that tries to get a little bit too close. In the meantime, Razy sent wide for S2G. That's from that southwest side to look for a better angle. But again, we get this north shift, and New Worlds could not be happier. This is one of the positions that they won from on yesterday. So this could be another New Worlds win, maybe, possibly, who knows? But these teams now at least have a little bit of practice and a little bit of know-how where potentially New Worlds is going. FLUX is already making their retreat back from the side of Yasnaya on the west, heading up towards that position. HVVP also didn't get too far in. In the meantime, Unicorns of Love are getting absolutely decimated by VP. 5 eliminations. They were doing well yesterday, as the desk pointed out, and they're continuing that run today.
And taking down the Unicorns of Love in the process. A team that put themselves back in the running in that peloton with a chicken dinner at the end of the day. But VIRTUS.PRO, they weren't satisfied with being 1 point below them on the overall tables right now, Blank. They wanted a little bit more. And what a way to start off the day for them. Their second half of the tournament, good for VIRTUS.PRO.
You know what I'm really enjoying right now? You guys can't see it on the screen at the moment, but all the way on the western side, SUG opted instead to move through Yas Fields, but go all the way over Rozhok Bridge, and I think them and Pioneer are looking to contest that position that New Worlds took so quickly yesterday. This is fantastic change of approach from both of these teams, realizing, you know what, that's a strong position within this circle. We have the time and the know-how to look for that one, but there will be 3 teams all crashing at once over towards that north side of Stalbert.
FLUX on the north side. Biding their time near some of the HVVP outposts. Regroup from HVVP. Don't want to lose a player. Tixi is actually going back towards the rest of the team. Very nice stuff.
Who's back in? FLUX did get a little bit too close to them. Pioneer sneaks away that position on the northwest side, and New Worlds forced to get away from it, leave it behind. But they found so much success yesterday, and they were just a little bit slow on taking that position, honestly. And you feel bad for them in a way, because that was their spot in the first place, but I don't think that they expected any teams to make this wide rotation over Rozhok up towards here, and they thought they had all the time in the world to work with. Unfortunately, it's just not true.
Drop the ball a little bit. New Worlds will be now at the back of the QODEX side. Not too many people to contest there, though, so maybe a little bit of a boon for them. Swinging west, SURREAL. Potentially trying to skirt around, same path as S2G. That is really mean of a circle. Whoa, God. TJB, though, pretty happy on the East Coast.
Yeah, they definitely are able to escape this one, but I think it's a bit more lucky than they might have anticipated they would be getting here. But that is as hard a shift as it gets, really. It's right up against the blue there. MADBULLS sending themselves flying over, and Pioneer maybe regretting that position they took. HVVP already in that compound, does have sightlines towards a lot of other teams. VP, BEŞİKTAŞ all rotating in the same path currently as MADBULLS.
A lot of teams on that western side fight through the melee, try and stand strong, but your numbers most likely going to get diminished here. New Worlds on the northern side, leave Rookie behind and send for the center. 3 players playing in the middle, S2G, Kareen on past, all 4 of them still alive. They find some ditches, some divots to play from near the bunker. As New Worlds looking to post up and defend.
GG had a decent position, but MUERTE have stolen it away from them. Took this spot across the road as GG I think playing this split this late in the game is just not a good idea. I think you have to re-stabilize quite quickly. Matic out in the open, takes a headshot from Wolf and will have to get back into cover here.
Shots ringing out across the hills now on the northeast side of the map. VIRTUS.PRO with a knock over on the northeast, probably looking to get that res, play with strength. MUERTE on the south side near GG, who have been diminished to 2. QODEX fending off against the DENİZBANK Wildcats, but the nades are good. They start to roll up in and get the flank positions through as well. Molotov through the top window, Lux pushing in first, and a second knock comes through from Boran on the back door. Moneyken goes down to that Molotov that was put in by Lux earlier, and it's own Woodson on the staircase. Will be able to get a lot of damage over towards Lux, but taken a little bit low himself. Woodson surviving for QODEX, but the nade is on the mark, and Boran takes it down.
You know, DENİZBANK Wildcats seem like a team reformed, honestly. They look good over towards the PMWI, but look even better here in the championships, like a much better unit, a lot more calculated and methodical on their approaches on these pushes, with some very good gun skill, to say the least. Effectors go down, that's on the western side. Quickly, Monkey will head in to pick him up. MADBULLS, we saw them trying to fly towards the center of the circle, but then opt to head back over towards the west. And I think that maybe not the worst decision in the world, honestly. The circle shifting so hard towards that eastern side, I think playing on this west edge outside the circle, hoping that it comes back their way, then they can play from outside in the blue, is probably more safe than a lot of these teams on the east side are feeling.
Pioneer hunching down below the ridge lines, trying to survive the reign of terror from FLUX down in the compound below. Predictions come through. S2G for Jason, HVVP double prediction for the other two, for the analysts on his right. HVVP on the southwest side right now.
SUG kind of in a tough spot, honestly. They're down the hill. It's not exactly fantastic, and DENİZBANK Wildcats still on their warpath. Take down GG, but now have MUERTE in front of them to deal with, who are just crashing into this. This is a fantastic play and quick on the trigger.
AF pulls that trigger with the micro Uzi through the door. First flush goes their way. Lux cooking nade. 2 players stand for the DENİZBANK Wildcats. They were down from 4, and the rest of the team comes through for the crash from MUERTE. Nade out of the window, doesn't find what he's looking for, doesn't get a knock done. AF does fall, though, to a spray with the UMP there from the top. Lux stays alive for a little longer, so does DEFOX. The ground floor now fully occupied by MUERTE. Striker, nade up through the window, forces teams to play towards those staircases. Try and reposition. Lux on the staircase, spots the player, wants the rebound, no, puts the pin back in. And instead, this time, wants to bounce it down the staircase. A little bit bold, peeks out down, and that is really wide on the peak. Lux stays alive and gets a knock for it. Excellent push, and he finds the flush as well. DEFOX trades off the aggression and holds off, but doesn't manage to stop anyone from moving up the stairs. Ingush and Tadaev low. Lux now needing to hold for the DENİZBANK Wildcats, put in the position that Woodson was forced into earlier for QODEX. And Lux now through the door frame, looks for the sprays. MUERTE challenging, spray up through the window, looks for one, drop shot is there, but it's finally done and dusted. MUERTE get the crash, but it's a little bit hairier than they would have liked.
Ingush on the lowest HP possible. Ketch also falling. Very difficult push for a lot of these teams. S2G, like we said before, in a very awkward scenario down their hill, were crashed upon by New Worlds and took them out quite handily. MADBULLS, though, in a decent position from holding off on this push inwards towards the circle. In the meantime, those skills does fall to HVVP, and that is a great spot from HVVP. Still in the circle, huge amount of high ground to play around with as well. This is good for them.
MADBULLS 2 down on the back as well. Blue zone pushing in, unlikely reses. 2 players on MADBULLS still going on in. FLUX fighting with 3 from the north. 2 players send on in, leaving Solus at the back there to look for regroup, but New Worlds maybe looking to push in behind them and cause problems. Solus just really harrying on the side of Pioneer and slowing them down, something awful.
Tixi just sends in. He's looking to finish the job that the rest of his team started. Monkey desperately trying to get close to the rest of his team, crawling in, but the blue soon will hit him, in which case it will be very, very bad news for him. Getting close to Skillsers, though. Skillsers can't reach out and take him by the hand because he will place himself in massive danger. Monkey will fall, finally. Black-White out in the blue for Pioneer, and New Worlds desperately wrestling with FLUX.
It's not going well right now. Even as a 3, they're a formidable opponent. Xiao is ahead of the queue right now, but as a solo for TJB, it's looking pretty done and dusted for them. With the circle going up north, got to think this is FLUX's time to answer back into a lobby that put them down yesterday.
Feg does get close, but not quite close enough. Last player from MADBULLS alive in Zerich. I say this as far as they can go, but the circle shifting all the way up towards that northeastern side. Perhaps you will see OZAROX start to pop off just a little bit. They've had this compound held down for a long, long while, but FLUX taking casualties as well here. Xiao out all of it on his lonesome. TJB getting fairly far in this game. Like you said, they had that position towards the east and they've just played it out.
I mean, it's OZAROX, again, getting fairly deep into a game. Blank, they have 5 eliminations. They're all 4 of them alive, playing from a compound close to the circle. This is a team that has changed their tune. I mean, we were talking about Swain as a player that is in the conversation for an MVP position, and they're as a 4 right now. This is his chance to solidify that. As S2G have already gone down, HVVP mad dash across all the way around the back for Solke. Has to fend off quite a lot with OZAROX as the backup, the oversight there. Solke might have a little bit more to do, but Kitsune falls on the back to MUERTE. On the south side, 3 players from HVVP survive, but Matic knocked. Kitsune gonna bleed out there. Tixi right on close, but in comes the send. They haven't lost players yet. They will lose the 1. As Kitsune goes down, yeah, there they start to tumble. Dominoes of HVVP beginning to fall.
OZAROX just has such great sightlines down towards his position. HVVP opting to play on the western side. I mean, fair play to them. They fell to OZAROX yesterday on this similar kind of circle. MUERTE still going strong, though. But again, there's players on top of the roof in Storm who just has absolute oversight in the entirety of this map. I mean, you can see how it's just the Badlands, really. It's just plains upon plains. And that rooftop is the only bit of high ground that's available that Storm is currently holding. Will now have to leave as the circle starts to push him inwards, but OZAROX have had a massively good game from that eastern side. Bided their time for a long, long while, just taking shots towards teams from the safety of that compound, and HVP were forced to move.
OZAROX, a team to start. They started this game 89 points blank. If they can get this chicken dinner here, they're looking good to send that pretty much all the way up to the mid-100 and teens. If they can solidify their position. 1 player from HVVP left, 3 teams remained. And MUERTE with 3, still something to worry about.
MUERTE have actually had a really good game, I would say, and I think it's some interesting plays, identifying that GG's taking that split, they crash into one of them, they hear the fighting between them and WILDCATS on the next position, instantly rotate backwards, in fact, to take out that team as well. So really well done to MUERTE, but I think this is maybe just a little bit too much. Circle centers up towards the middle, which is basically, again, flatlands, and OZAROX, MUERTE, HVP all will have to move out into open ground.
Beku's giving MUERTE some jip as well. English last standing for the squad, out rolls Nox. Looking for the rundowns. Crashes into another buggy, but spots a player. Will get the point. Confirmed. English is still in position, and it looks like attention turning more towards Meku at the moment. A low HP, a nade sent into the back. Storm wants the challenge right on top of it, and it's perfect, but there's the nade in response, actually taking down his own teammate.
Anything. Oh.
He's doing so much damage. Nox, if he'd have gone down there, that would have brought it into a 2v1, and English can absolutely perform in those scenarios, but there it is, there's the nade. Unfortunately, there's a zone to deal with, and the nade coming back from beyond the knock. It is OZAROX to take home a chicken dinner in a very crucial standings game for them.
100%, and I think for OZAROX, again, they played that same spot yesterday, found a lot of success from that spot yesterday. HVVP opt to not challenge them on that eastern side and try and find some more space on the west, so a good decision from them and a good change up in playstyle for them to try and avoid that. Again, the circle shifts over towards OZAROX, unfortunately, and with that high ground, with that roof and the flat plains in front of them, that game was extremely simple for OZAROX to, you know, strike with. And they did it very effectively. So you've got to respect OZAROX. They knew what they needed to do there. They knew they needed how to set it up. But yeah, great game.
Fantastic stuff. OZAROX, a new contender, potentially, for one of those spots.
Yeah, fantastic to see OZAROX. We got to talk about that a little bit yesterday, but great to see them step up here yet again. I will say this, though. You both did pick HVVP. And I actually wanted to dive into this before we talked about OZAROX and why you actually decided to pick them and then what eventually happened, because we were watching the match and they made a very smart play to actually get themselves out of a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, HVVP, very early on in the game, I think it was on phase 3 shift, where it started to go towards the northeast a little bit more. They were relatively central, right towards those snake roads, I think is something you call it, right, Kalaris? Great position, good information, and especially a good spot to have cars because you have nothing around those positions. If you have 3-4 cars available, you pretty much can do any rotation you want, and having a full squad available in a circle like that is very important.
Yeah, I think when they had to leave the compound, get across the road, and make that north rotate up towards the other teams that are kind of battling each other, that was kind of the only option that I feel that they had. It was just maybe slightly timed a little too early and then not quite deep enough into the circle. But then you've got to deal with the team that's there, and then you've got to deal with the teams that are going to be shooting from the west as well as the east. So they were in a very tight bind with HVVP to try and salvage the remaining points with just one alive at the end.
Well, my curse continues. S2G only getting 2 points. That keeps me at a lovely 0 points overall in our prediction game. But beyond that, I mean, TJB getting some decent points. HVVP, they got themselves another 10 placement points. I think they tie themselves now with FLUX in terms of placements, though they have 0 chicken dinners. And I asked the question earlier on today, are we going to see some new teams step up here and challenge the likes of potentially top 3? And OZAROX, I think they definitely have the opportunity to do so. They played relatively well. They're playing, I think, safe on the eastern side and eventually making the moves at the right times.
Yeah, a lot of teams are extremely close on that first page, so it is definitely anyone's potential objective to make it up in the top 3. But we saw at one point in those replays, knock spray on the I think the Thompson actually, a double knock right away, and he just goes for the push. That was fantastic. And we saw a lot from Swain yesterday, but Nox, like, he's always been great in PMPL Turkey, and that was a game where he really stepped up, so it's a double fragging duo for the team.
I think you hit the nail on the head with it's a safe play in this game. They're the only team effectively coming in from the east on a circle like this, using the cliffs to then compound to compound as checkpoints to be able to get themselves towards the later stages of these circles, and maybe a circle here or there going their way and being able to make that work. So it was a safe play for them. They had no contesting over on the east side, and they were able to make it work from there.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think what's also interesting beyond this match alone is the fact that yesterday they were like warming up, they were improving. We saw Swain be the MVP at the end of the day, and we're seeing that kind of momentum carry on into today, though we focused so heavily on some other teams at the start of the day. This team, if we talk about warming up into a tournament like HVVP, maybe we're seeing the Turkish counterpart here out of them.
Yeah, I just liked in this game in particular, they were not taking useless fights. They like, all the teams are going to fight to get an entry point in the north, in the west, in the south. We're just going to avoid that because PUBG Mobile is PUBG Mobile. You're going to have hard shifts, and they're just going to play into that. Hard shift over to the east, play the cliff positions. I think you used a way to describe it as like checkpoints. You just keep moving up every single time and just hold those positions.
A minute ago, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it just hold on to the eastern side, playing the waiting game, and all the teams, if they make into the late game circle, one, they don't have a great spot, and you still have a 4-man crew with all the utility and the resources in the world to take those fights. So it was pretty much a given the moment that they were the only team over on the east.
The thing is, as we take a look at their player stats here, we know this team can frag out. We know they can put up some really good numbers. But the thing is, you don't necessarily need to in every situation. As we're talking about them playing safe, I mean, maybe they could have gotten maybe 5, 7 more eliminations, but do they really need it? I would say almost no at this stage because you want to play safe. You want to make sure that you can get those consistent points going for you, because the worst case scenario for them, they engage a fight that they end up losing and they lose out on a massive chunk of points.
The PUBG Mobile gods can giveth and they can taketh away. And in this game,
to call yourself.
Thank you. In this game, I gave it. It was for OZAROX, you play with what you've got to play with here, and that's definitely what they did in this game. And when the opportunity presents itself to be like, all these other teams in front of you, they're in really precarious situations, they just blast them down. I mean, even the boogie play over towards MUERTE, they know that they're in an absolutely hazardous position. Why not bring the initiative to them? Yeah. I like the control that is exuded in that moment, because you don't need to sit back when you know that they're so wounded. Just bring the fight to them and take them out.
All right, we know they did exactly that. They got themselves a big chunk of points to get them further up in the rankings. But another team who did get a big chunk of points, the two teams, well, the team you both predicted of HVVP. Let's actually take a look at their stats, because this is one of the, I want to say it was one of the first times we've seen a majority of their players left alive this late in the game. I feel like we've seen so many times yesterday where they had like one player left just trying to straggle along, hold on as long as they possibly can for points. And kind of a shame, you know, only getting themselves 5 eliminations, but 15 points on the match is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, and this rotation that they made in the late game would not be possible if they didn't have those 4-3 cars behind those buildings. That they were super early on in that game without those cars. Impossible rotations. You also don't win that fight versus MADBULLS, but it's unlucky because they went for the rotation you mentioned during that game. They went up north to try and avoid getting pinched between MUERTE and OZAROX. That was the optimal play for them to make, but then they start taking the fight versus, I think it's FLUX and TJB, and they're just barely outside the blue zone. They have to leave those barricades of cars they set up. The moment you leave that spot, you got nothing in front of you and just pretty much guns ablaze for OZAROX.
Yeah, it's funny how it works out, because technically speaking, MUERTE takes a spot after HVVP, which technically, if MUERTE wasn't in their original position, HVVP could have kind of stayed there and tried to play it in and technically got themselves whatever a top 3 may be in that position. But again, you've got to think about all of these moving pieces that are constantly ever present and ever a threat in these final circles, so it gets tough.
Okay, well, we do have a little bit of time here. I'm actually wondering if we can see overalls really quickly, because I'm curious how things might have actually shifted in these matches. I mean, we are approaching that point. I know we still have basically 2 days left to play, but one game, considering how close everything is towards the top, could shoot you up, you know, 5, 6, 7 rankings and potentially push you into top 3. And we see OZAROX actually now be on the front page, 5th place at 114 points. They're 20 points off MADBULLS. They're even less than that up against HVVP. They can easily catch top 3 now.
The mid pack is so close.
It is
so close. And that means that there is going to be violent fluctuations throughout the day when we see these wins come in. And you've got to really, really start hunkering down and getting some double-digit games on the board almost every single game if you want to start challenging the top 3, I think, at this point.
And it's insane because it's so close. Small little mistakes will hurt you significantly into this, because New Worlds, I mean, we were talking about it during that game. New Worlds, a little bit too slow. They just speed up the process to go into the circle towards those snake row compounds. They would be in a great position to maybe aim even for chicken dinner. The fact they didn't get that far, they miss out on a few points. Other teams around them like HVVP get more, and they miss out on top 3 after this game. It's so close. So once again, one mistake could cause your demise here.
They looped back on themselves, went back up to the warehouse where, yes, they got a win in the previous day, but like the circle's very different. The lay of land's very different. Take something more initiative in that previous game.
Okay, well, it is time to head into our second match now as we throw it back to our commentators as things are heating up here as we head over to Miramar.
Certainly is getting very, very hot as all of these teams, as James said, in that mid-pack, going to be violently fluctuating over the course of today. Hopefully, someone is going to be able to solidify their position in 3rd, although, to be fair, for our sake, it's much more exciting if they don't. Absolutely. I think that at the moment, those fluctuations are definitely available. And I didn't expect this to be so close coming day 3. I thought we'd see some teams start to pull ahead, but I think the Des maybe mentioned this or touched upon it, but we have had a lot of different teams every single day stepping up, but it's been different teams each time. So everyone keeps placing themselves a little bit higher. Unicorns of Love, who were, you know, looking like they were in a good position, a little bit more safe after yesterday's Miramar, now in 9th place. Like, that happens so quickly, and it's something that does surprise you here. New Worlds, though, still 115 points, looking kind of set in 4th place, but now at least. HVVP still on that train, though, of just getting as many placement points as possible. We had a discussion about this, John, just before the show started, and wondering whether, you know, maybe this is HVVP with eyes more on that PMGC placing rather than getting a massive win here in the championship, and I think that is fair unfair, to say the least. I think getting those placement points, taking this as far as you can go, and just kind of securing that position over towards the top 3 is probably the best thing you can do here. For them though, John, you've said it before as well, is that if you do want to secure that 3rd to 1st place, you do have to get a little bit of a move on, right? You have to start getting those eliminations, start getting those chicken dinners, because teams are now catching up.
It really is all to play for. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that how even closer it would all be, right? If it was S2G and BEŞİKTAŞ in 1 and 2, right? Because then we'd be looking at 5th place being the bubble. And that is kind of crazy how close it is around that middle pack. Fortunately, for these teams, kind of with their sights set on that 3rd place, almost makes it a little bit easier to try and distinguish yourself, or it gives you a little bit of a better, more concrete goal to go for, which can be, even though the points might be a little bit more harder to achieve, it can be a little bit better of a motivator.
FLUX still yet to have really had that turn up. I mean, last game on Erangel looked a little bit better, to be honest with you. But again, still getting slightly caught out on that north side. Again, not really much you can do from that position either, especially with so many teams harassing them from a fair few amount of angles. But I do think they had one of the best positions on the map to actually selectively choose one of the good positions within those final circles, yet just weren't quite able to get in there in time. And I think that just comes down to a small amount of indecision, because I'm not bashing on FLUX here, because I think it is just a smaller amount of indecision towards those final minutes of the game where they could have moved, maybe somewhere, set up some compounds, set up those vehicles, but that small amount of indecision, that small amount of hesitation, which is tiny, does result in a lot of other teams starting to flood around that area. Then OZAROX gets sights on you, and it's pretty much all over from that point.
True. I mean, FLUX did get 13 points in that last game, so it's not like they didn't perform. They didn't have a solid game. They are putting up double digits in that first run, but yeah, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes to really make that known, especially when you're comparing it to their day 1 performance, right? 2 1st places, 2 3rd places. Like, it's kind of nuts when you think about how, even though their day 2 performance was honestly not up to standard when it comes to a team that should be qualifying here for PMGC, it kind of highlights how dominant that first day was, how absolutely incredible. So now, if they just post a middling performance, we're probably going to be having the same conversations about them.
Yeah, and I think for FLUX, though, that first day definitely relied on a lot of momentum, right? I would 100% say that was some in part of their success, because it felt like once they got rolling, it was very hard to put the brakes on for them. And I think starting off the day here with 13 points is good news, right? That gives you the confidence you need right at the start of the day. And I think that if that happened maybe later, and you had a couple of bad games at the start, maybe they don't feel as confident to take some of the pushes, to take some of these fights that did them so well in that first day, where they were just 100% sending it in for those positions and fighting anyone they needed to. Silas already going down early there to Tixi. Over on the top side, spots him out and finds a position over down towards the south side of La Coperia. So S2G already losing one member early is not good news indeed. And I think that at the moment, what we can definitely say is that, yes, S2G's gun skill and team fighting capability is very, very strong. Some of their awareness sometimes, some of the positions they take around the map don't really support them very well.
I mean, they're going down to, at the moment, 2 Western European teams on Miramar. I mean, Kelsey getting plinked away at from Skillsers, who's playing on quite a wide split. This is quite early to be out on a split like this. Normally it's just about you're starting to make your way here, but I mean, it's something that we've seen in Western Europe, taking that high ground very, very early, controlling the ground around you, especially in a circle like this for MADBULLS, is really quite important, and it's something that they've done before. HVVP have challenged it out and had to deal with that a couple of times, but S2G just haven't.
I mean, it's classic HVVP and MADBULLS action, right? In the sense that a lot of the times in Western Europe, we saw corrections, mistakes were made, lessons were learned, instantly they switch things up a little bit. So for HVVP, they see that S2G is getting a little bit too close on their north side. Tixi goes out, one of their best fraggers and one-to-one combat specialists. And in the same vein, Skills's also heads out this way. It feels like S2G is getting a little bit too close, encroaching on their ground, sends all the way to the high ground, takes shots down towards them. So now S2G is in a very precarious position when no matter where they go, there are two teams with eyes on.
It's just a really tricky position to play from, especially if you're unfamiliar with the teams around you in the way that those two teams will be familiar with each other playing from the same area of the map. Circle shifting out their way also gives them a lot of time to establish control over these areas and try and leverage that, which obviously we've been seeing for the time being. SURREAL, southeast side, the only team in Los Leones, playing on a fairly wide split there. Picardo currently occupied by MUERTE, with QODEX on the hills to the west. So we'll be playing in a central position on the map.
Yeah, playing something very similar to Ruthless here back in Western Europe, which is to just float around on the edges of Picardo, watch for teams that might want to come out, watch for teams that might be rotating through the Monte Nuevo roads. That's teams like SURREAL or even Pioneer who might come up this way. New Worlds, Monte Nuevo, controlled by them, might be able to get up towards that top side, towards El Pozo, and TJB now starting to make their approach on the western roads, right over on that side of the map towards Trailer Park. But yeah, this circle, a lot of high ground in it, and a lot of potential to even be using these Mini 14s and these DMRs during these games to get some big shots off from afar, from the top side. You know, the M4 is good and stays you well for a lot of times, even with the 3X on it or the 6X for those really long-range shots. But those DMRs still king when it comes to the massively long-range shots that you want to take. Even if it's just a case of taking helmets off, that is going to benefit you in the late game.
Limit the amount of supplies available to your opponents. Another Ferrari party bus coming through. Oh, Pioneer. Havlik reskinning that one. Blends in with the terrain.
Obviously, I mean, the thing, it actually is kind of camouflaged, which I hate. But yeah, most of these players will be playing without custom GFX off, so they won't be seeing this. They'll just see the original party bus. So this is more for Havlik's sake than anyone, but it looks nice, and for our sake as well.
It's nice to see there. TJB on the southwest currently, close to New Worlds and Pioneer. Xiao is on the eastmost prong of the TJB fork. I suppose you call it a tine if it's a fork, but there you go. We'll go with prong for now. New World's out a little bit further west. You can see them just in Monte Nuevo. Lin on a wide split from the rest of the team for TJB. Next circle will dictate how valuable that's going to be, and they will just have to move straight up forwards.
So S2G favourably do get themselves a nice central position, at least, which will be okay for them. Still 3 players, not ideal. Kitsune finally making his way out of La Cobreria to go assist with the rest of the team. MADBULLS move over towards Skills' position, looking down towards QODEX. This is a very nice high ground to play around with. And after clearing out some of the opposition in S2G, now they have kind of full control over this. Yes, Tixi, Meku, Matic might be able to take some shots over their way, but this is going to be a respectable distance between these two teams, and most likely won't take too many shots at one another. More worried, more concerned about the teams around them. OZAROX, who have had themselves very good yesterday and now coming today with a strong start, coming in from Torre Armada, dropped close to La Cobreria and moved out, but will now be finally reinserting themselves into the game.
BEŞİKTAŞ on the south side, with SURREAL leaving them. Will be able to figure out their next moves under relatively small amounts of duress. Shockwave though. Sorry, SURREAL. Moving past MUERTE, in between them and QODEX. So they managed to find a free route here, but Timber might come under fire from Striker. Lining up the shots, waiting for a teammate to move into position to back it up, but behind that ridgeline, not going to be something they're worrying about. See all the SLR there for JetGill, so potential to challenge that high ground for Striker.
Yeah, looking down towards them, I think he was waiting for potentially the players to stop, but SURREAL at least still wise to it and drops down behind the ridge, like you say, in towards those ditches where there isn't exactly those sightlines still available for MUERTE. Average eliminations of 1 on this map is not amazing, but MUERTE starting to clamber their way back up again with this Erangel-focused lobby. I think he does spot Timber, maybe just a little bit too far away to take these shots for himself as he heads back towards the shack.
Not wanting to either give the position away or not worried that they're going to be too much of a threat. Of course, if you're up on that high ground, it makes it really hard to get up there if you get knocked for your team. So you don't want to be taking these shots unless you know that it's a very favorable engagement. Unless you're trying to spike out and create presence around the foothills, but it doesn't look like they're trying to do that.
BEŞİKTAŞ now moving in. It's sad to say, it's almost a non-starter really in this lobby at the moment. I mean, they found themselves some points here and there. They're definitely not dead in the water, but, you know, they're starting to swim, but they're struggling, right? You know, they're blubbering with the water. It's getting all in their eyes, and they didn't bring the goggles either. So BEŞİKTAŞ certainly trying to get towards the beach, but finding difficulty getting through these muddy waters at the moment. Again, still time, still potential. Probably not looking at a top placing towards the first, second or third place, but maybe time to redeem themselves a little bit.
I mean, today is really the day where placements will very much start to solidify themselves, right? We are now past that halfway point. After today, there will only be 6 games left to play. If you're at the bottom of today, you're not going to be making it up towards those top 3, almost guaranteed. I was surprised that Jason made the claim that anybody could make it with SURREAL all the way towards the bottom on a very lackluster scoring at the start of the day and continue to stay there towards the second game of the day. Out on the western side, a hard shift leaves 2 of TJB split on a fairly solid position on the west of those fields, but just out to the east of El Pozo, there's a lot of that open ground, those fields that have proved to be almost impossible to navigate for everyone.
It's a really ugly ending circle, honestly, and a lot of these teams will find it a cruel mistress to navigate and get through. MADBULLS though already send Zerich down towards the compound just on the southeast side of the fields. I think that's a good idea, leaving some players up on top of the mountain as well to scout out for them. But taking this early on, as it is one of the more prominent compounds within the circle, is strong to say the least. They do need to keep eyes on everywhere, and maybe we'll have to recoalesce later. But right now, they have a lot of strength in this circle.
Lutz for FLUX all the way out on a 3-1 split. SURREAL close to MUERTE. QODEX disengaging from their corner of the compound. B6 Hammer falls back to the rest of the team. Timber on the cover, waiting for any sprays to come out their way. MUERTE on the northern flank, covering their backs as well as they move in from the east.
It's really hard to navigate through this area of the map, and I mean, you have that scar of the mountainside passing through the middle, which is quite difficult to get up towards. You know there's going to be teams already there who are holding this position. In this case, it's MADBULLS. Fielded area, a good 10% of the circle, just unplayable really, unless you want to send there and just hide in the hay bales towards the end of the game. TJB holding as much space as they can on this western side. And, you know, it's funny because HVVP have almost kind of given the game away to MADBULLS at this point in time. I say that not with the most certainty in the world, but taking down that player from S2G actually gives MADBULLS so much more room to play with, because S2G don't have that player up on high.
DENİZBANK WILDCATS playing accordion with the motors.
I was going to say,
It's such a weird engine sound, isn't it, for that skin?
woo, I'm here. Yeah, it's a bit wild.
Cracking impression. I think that's
Try
smart.
and enjoy it. Yeah, thanks. I could be the next sports car.
You're already the best sports car player.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. In the meantime, BEŞİKTAŞ still unable to get that speed up like a sports car in towards the circles. New Worlds take down at least one of their players. Sent back. And again, they've got to cross the road at some point, unless the circle moves down towards them. But yeah, dominated by these circle edges are a lot of these teams. Unicorns love trying to get in, but GG giving them something to think about over on this side of the map. Crypto and Icy still left behind, and Unicorns love struggling to bring everyone back together into the circle. I dare the analyst desk to predict anyone other than MADBULLS right now. I feel like, come on, it feels like it might be a little bit of a no-brainer on the prediction. Although we know anything can happen, it feels like they're in the best spot. It does feel that way, and I think that right now, controlling both the mountainside and also sending skills as an effect towards that position on the warehouses. Honestly, MADBULLS have set themselves up for a cracking end game here and potentially even a massive win, which could shoot them up in towards first place unless FLUX have something to say with it already. Solke, Ketch, moving up towards that mountainside, and Monkey as well as Zerich will have to hold them back. Just crumble under the pressure here for Unicorns of Love. FLUX are moving in to try and challenge the hilltop for MADBULLS. Okay, there we go. Jason took up the dare, going for New Worlds, predicting them from the southwest side, embroiled in conflict right now. But the MADBULLS are going to be the ones to slow them down even just a little bit with their oversight on this fight against Pioneer. Kamikaze already drops, but Monkey fallen. Zerich able to knock Soulless, but also a knock coming back from Meku. I think this is what I was going to talk about. This is potential for HVVP actually to slide in behind here and find themselves a decent position. They've kept it very quiet on that northern edge. Unfortunately for the MADBULLS, they will have to send players back up towards this mountainside, realizing that there's teams challenging them out for it. From that northern side seems to be pretty difficult to take this one down. So HVVP potentially on the sweep. Soulless under pressure. FLUX and MADBULLS both going down to HVVP. That is quite an important fight for the standings, Blank. I mean, this is the third place team taking on the second and first place team at this stage. So potential to really give things a shake up towards the top, but the southeast side is popping off as well. DENİZBANK WILDCATS fighting on the southwest. Everybody's crunching on through, and that northwest quadrant of the circle, almost impossible to play from. Solke knocked. HVVP having the time of their lives over here. Just mountain climbers making the hike into the circle. They brought themselves a switchblade along with them, and they're cutting at these players on the top of the mountain itself. Solke down, that's FLUX leaving the game at the hands of HVVP. MADBULLS might just have enough time to restabilize here, solidify their position. But if I was them, I'd most likely leave this mountainside behind and regroup with effect down below. Let's see what choice they make. Maybe they think they have a good option. GG potentially playing a third party on the eastern side if HVVP take the east side of the hill. So everybody on the southwest moving through now. New Worlds holding out. On the southwest, they lost a player, Kamikaze, earlier to MADBULLS. And now they're taking a second knock over towards Rookie. A lovely nade from Lux, not quite getting the knock. Related stays alive for now, but there's fire to follow it up as they enter into the spirit of the thing. Lord Cedric, one of the standout performers for New World in yesterday's games, looking to try and hold them off, but DENİZBANK WILDCATS, just too many of them to hold on out. Unsure what Skills was doing there. Got back up on his feet, Zerich helping him up, but falls to his death off the mountain, and then falls to his death again as he drops down whilst knocked. So a little bit interesting of a play there. MADBULLS, though, still with a strong spot, and I think Zerich challenging out HVVP over towards that north side. A little bit bold, a little bit aggressive. It could be a 2v4 in play, but unlikely to happen. And I think regrouping now, playing for placements, is maybe their best idea. OZAROX swung down, managed to find themselves one of the other good compounds within the circle on the south side, and it actually is still within. Goodness me, okay. On that north side, holding out 1v4, but the regroup comes in. He's on that south side, OZAROX. S2G sliding their way into the roadside. Pioneer southwest edge. We'll have to move a little bit forwards, but they're into the next circle anyway. They should be chill for now, unless they take a couple of knocks from OZAROX. That's a cat in the hat line if I ever did here. Yeah, there's just no room at the inn here, John. Honestly, that is the sad thing. And I think most of these teams will be sleeping in the hay bales, honestly, at some point and win this game. OZAROX were able to find that last room. Meku does take down Zerich. Effect takes down WILDCATS on that side. Continues to go strong. He just leaves at this point in time, and why not?
still got Effect going, and this guy can frag. HVVP lose Matic, or well, get knocked. Should be Resable here, as 3 of the players from HVVP are up the top of this hill. Should be fairly familiar with the terrain. Effect blinking away towards Pioneer. With the position in the circle, HVVP can't really peek out to deal with this position. So as long as Effect can stay safe from the teams down below, those same teams down below suppress HVVP above him.
This might be a placement game for those guys. HVVP up to 7 eliminations so far. S2G also lose Hamzy, not able to regroup with the rest of his team, and HVVP are putting in the work right now, really picking up some big points in terms of eliminations, which is what they were lacking for quite a while, but they've bulldozed their way over the top side of this mountain like the Billy Goat.
Such powerful oversight into it all. Good guys cowering in those foothills, found a little divot themselves. The crash from SURREAL not going so well onto the OZAROX compound on the south side, who hold out strong yet again. Swain, who is topping the charts for the MVP run today, continues to hold out for the team. Storm on the top of the building, spotted out, and MUERTE suffering from some shots. Effect is still in the next circle, and S2G find the edge. OZAROX taking the knock, should be rezzing it, but they have to make the push north.
OZAROX has a tough push ahead of them. The worst timing on that knock as well coming through. BEŞİKTAŞ getting fairly far into this game. Pioneer just resting their case over towards the southwest. They've not got too involved in a lot of these engagements, and now we're starting to step up.
HVVP, 11 eliminations already, Blank. At the start of the game, they were sat, looking at it, they had 28 points behind the top spot, FLUX. And with FLUX going down with 1 point, that would need 29 points on the game. That's a 14 elimination chicken dinner. Blank, there's a chance that HVVP from the top spot take the top spot.
There is a massive chance at it, but how do they get down? That's a real question. I think leaving this position, a lot of eyes are going to be on you. You can drop down for sure, but I think they need to clear more of these teams, clear some more space, do some damage, put dents in these guys. They're on the slow side of the circle at least, so they have time to work with. Pioneer also in the sights. I like that Tixi was taking some tap shots before, but then was sick of it and took even more of them. Meku now looking towards Nox Bomb, goes extremely low, will take him out.
Ooh, okay, all right. Sun HP under pressure. Just need to land those shots. One more will do it. The blue zone might even take it away. Finally, they fall. Pioneer taking heavy damage from Effect, who's still going, by the way. Still managing to stay alive in the shadow of HVVP. In comes the crash from OZAROX. 3 players alive, and they know they need to go now. Razy falls. 1 player alive. Kelsey, top performer for S2G, but will fall down. Storm knocked yet again. Heals need to pop off now for OZAROX as they've made it into the next circle.
Some form of safety here. That's the big thing. Kitsune has moved down, though. We know how good this guy is when it comes to finding those angles onto teams. Like I said before, Effect taking on Pioneer all by himself. You wonder if he's even be able to steal away this shot. But it's Meku to finish off the final player of Pioneer. Effect, though, spotted by HVVP. They know he's here. They know they need to clear him. But 5 eliminations. Good so far for MADBULLS to salvage this game with a single player they have. But it could have looked a lot better if it wasn't for HVVP and their absolute warpath over the top of this mountain.
16 eliminations already. Finally, MADBULLS fall. Effect will go down as HVVP starts to descend. Another being picked up. Blank, they've already confirmed themselves as jumping into the lead no matter what happens now at this stage. Actually, hang on a minute. 1 more elimination would do it. But second place, looking more than likely, if the DENİZBANK WILDCATS lose Lux, would be all that's needed. If they can just pick up 1 more elimination, it's guaranteed either way. They do lose the tiebreaker, of course, having had no chicken dinners so far against FLUX. But HVVP on a roaring game so far. Another spray down, and that confirms it. Swain knocked, Storm cowering. Lux, the only player who's managed to stay safe.
This is not an easy push either versus FLUX and MADBULLS. I mean, HVVP have worked for this one, and they have controlled this high ground. But it has been easy since they picked up this position. But the shots are still strong. Lux challenging versus HVVP. Meku returns to fold, looks to get into position. Molotov goes down, prevents Lux from getting any further out. He steps right into the Molotov itself. It's clinical. 19 eliminations, laddering up into second. They're looking to get 2 more, putting them at a 21 elimination chicken dinner. Blank, that would be huge as a result. This is the team that have been looking for that PMGC qualification spot, and this is the way you make that statement that you're ready to take control of it.
OZAROX not going to let them get away with it. Take themselves down, but they actually get both the points. They're able to sling a few shots through the Shaxx window, and they're not able to steal those points away from them. So they do finish this game with an unbelievable score count, a record in the championship.
HVVP stand so tall in this lobby. 35 points on the game, Blank. What a chicken dinner for the team that has kind of had a tough time of it towards the start of this tournament.
I would say not the toughest of time. I mean, they keep putting up some decent performances, some decent points here and there. But we said, you know, tomorrow maybe they'll need to get a move on. Maybe they get those eliminations. Maybe they need to get a few more chicken dinners. And you know what? They get the eliminations in this match. They get the chicken dinner in this match. You know what? I'm satisfied.
I'm absolutely satisfied, as I'm sure they are as well. That is phenomenal as a result. 10 eliminations for Meku alone. 1,271 damage. This is incredible. I mean, that is a team's performance in one of their players.
There's a lot of different steps to this match as well. You know, taking down one of S2G's player, opening things up a little bit. S2G don't challenge that position. Taking down FLUX as they crash over towards MADBULLS. Perfect timing. And then onto MADBULLS as well, who I would say kind of were flustered in those last moments. They were split. They didn't look too strong. Skills is falling off the side of the mountain. You wonder what happened between them and that team, because that did not feel like a MADBULLS challenge towards HVVP. And in this case, HVVP were just able to storm their way across. I call them the Billy Goat, and they certainly had demonic eyes this game.
Absolutely. It was absolutely incredible to watch HVVP dominate from the high ground on Miramar.
Well, we've been waiting for that pop-off game here to HVVP, who have been so consistent in just getting those placement points, and we finally see it here in match 2 of day 3. What a fantastic match out of these boys here, putting up a massive amount of eliminations, 20 elims, 35 points. If that doesn't get them top 3, I don't know what will.
We said it was going to happen, right, Kalaris, at one point. They were just getting so close so many times in a row, and they were going to get one win. I didn't expect it to be a win this big. 35 points, as you said already right there, Jason. They were so close to top 3. This is going to put them up there. They are currently, I would say, clearly in the race for the top 3 spots for PMGC. This is the game we wanted to see.
Yeah, this was absolute domination from them coming in from that high ground position. I mean, one of the reasons we'd pick MADBULLS is because we thought, okay, maybe they're going to kind of take this high ground position as a full team and try and kind of hold it from there, because it was a really strong spot, and HVVP showed why it's a strong spot. After coming in, after FLUX had actually died off against MADBULLS, and then just absolutely dominating the high ground from this point on, being able to shoot at everything in the battleground, and that was, what a win, what a win.
Let's be fair, though, to OZAROX, right? Because there was a point that happened with the zone shifted south. Obviously, you do want to play from the high ground going down to low ground, but there's a world where they could have won it if the zone did go their way a little bit better.
Yeah, it's some good decisiveness that we've been seeing here from OZAROX today. In the first game, though, sticking over to the eastern side, sure, a little bit easier than this game in particular, but they know the value of each position. They send it there pretty decisively, really quickly, and they try to hold on to it. Of course, the circle does shift north. That is going to initiate their downfall, unfortunately, especially when you have HVVP on that high ground position. You cannot escape their gaze. It feels like that William Dafoe and all the teams below are like, oh, we're in a bit on trouble right there. All the teams from above are just going to have absolute clearance on us, and they hit the shots too. Like, these are not easy shots, but they just rain it down.
Yeah. Again, it was kind of like checkpoint moments for OZAROX. They actually came back to this hut after going there initially, then scouting out the huge compound across the road, going there, then having to come back where S2G was. So again, checkpoint moments here for OZAROX, and I think that when you look at how they played out, with the circle shifting the way they did and burning out at the end, there's no way you're defeating HVVP there. But OZAROX definitely made a good meal of the game to be able to get to where they did.
Are you surprised at all by OZAROX in this tournament so far, Kalaris? Because when we were watching that match, you saw the zone shift, you saw MADBULLS' compound, you're like, all right, MADBULLS are looking good. And then immediately, I think you even stood up or even like went to the screen, you're like, why is no one taking this compound?
Sure.
And then OZAROX comes in. We've talked about how quick and decisive teams have been from Turkey. How do you feel about them?
Them taking that compound was less... It was good to see them be able to thread the needle and actually get to that spot eventually after using the checkpoint of the sheds across the road. But I was more surprised at the fact that none of the teams on the south side took that compound. I think there was BEŞİKTAŞ there were some other teams, but just in general, with that kind of circle, that compound's going to guarantee you a top 3, maybe even top 2, given, you know, most circumstances. So I was just surprised to not see many teams there at all for a long time.
I think it's especially because they went to that dip, as you mentioned, before going to those buildings a little bit further south, and I think they just scouted it like, there's no cars there.
There's no one there.
This is a golden opportunity to get a great position in the circle, instantly send it. Like, they're not losing any time on that decision-making, on taking an act upon that decision, and I think that the speed at which they make those decisions allows them to just get in those spots in the first place.
That's the thing about the scouting of that compound as well. Whilst we take a look at the HVVP numbers, I'm supposed to make a noise. Wow, I can't believe it. We have HVVP doing really well. The thing is that you can hide cars in the middle of that compound, but when you're scouting it as OZAROX from those sheds across the road, you're expecting people to peek. There's no world where people aren't peeking in that direction up the hill to try and find other people in their area. So that's how you know exactly there's nobody there, and that's why they cross over.
And I think also from that angle, we can see the inside of some of the buildings. So you can already see like, oh, there's some cars in the angle. So you already have a pretty good idea from that angle alone.
All right, well, taking a look at them, we actually want to put them up. What's up?
Sorry, we really derailed it from the amazing numbers that HVVP kind of put up. Sorry, Jason.
No, they put up amazing numbers. They're putting themselves in a good position to break top 3, but we want to compare them up against OZAROX here when it comes to their stats in that last match, because obviously that was their big counter opponent here, and obviously you're just kind of seeing what that high ground gives you, that Overwatch position over every other team.
We can't compare this. This is just mean. just comparing these type of stats, right? But yeah, but MADBULLS, really, as we stated already, if MADBULLS rotated as a full team there, potentially this would have been a MADBULLS chicken dinner, but they backfilled on that position. I think they eliminated, I think it was Zerish initially, then you get rid of Effect and you just have full clearance on that position. It could have been a MADBULLS win, but the fact that they were just able to pick the fights one by one as a full squad and remain there as a full team on that position enabled the chicken dinner to come through.
Yeah, I think MADBULLS was playing too smart almost, where they're like, okay, we're going to be able to cover all of these angles. We're going to have this compound just to make sure nobody can backfill from the west side, and they get picked off here, there, and everywhere. But I do actually want to. This has been all over the place. I apologize, Jason. HVVP, the fact that we saw a 10 elimination come in for a single player alone is now unbelievable. And now, as you can see,
I mean, a fantastic performance as well, and Ameku as well, putting up the 10 eliminations. But for them to be able to push through into first place now, dethroning FLUX is phenomenal, but also OZAROX as well has moved up to 4th place. We're seeing a little bit of a breakaway now happening in that 4th, 5th place position of 16 points.
Yeah, I would be lying if I said that in all of these teams, there's not one team that I wanted to see make it in PMGC more than the others. It is HVVP, seeing what they did in previous PMGC, right? This is a team that has a legacy in that tournament, and I think that deserve to make it. Here they're currently fighting to make in PMGC is looking great, but man, being able to jump so much, a lot of red arrows right now. A lot of teams been pushed down because of those performances, and it's hard to compete against them.
Hard to compete indeed, but we do have our 3rd match of the way coming up in just a few seconds. It's going to be over to Erangel. We saw the best performing team is going to be FLUX for now, but that might change here when we kick off the match.
Well, with that performance, HVVP bring us to a top 4 scenario right now, with OZAROX in that 4th place, sort of being that that mark teams in the conversation. New Worlds 116 behind the 132 of OZAROX. So there is that gap starting to form. We said we were going to see things solidify today.
We did, yeah, and it's starting to do so at the moment. And I think you look at this as well. I mean, the one thing that stands out to me is OZAROX have got 66 placement points and 66 eliminations. So someone's been out at the crossroads, John. Someone's made a deal with the devil. They gave them 10 years, but they made them masters of PUBG Mobile in the meantime. But I think that maybe this could continue. OZAROX are looking very strong, and I think that in terms of their macro, they are very decisive. And I think it's these aggressive pushes, aggressive takes on compounds, and they're not afraid to take this as far as they absolutely can in these championships. On the other hand of things, MADBULLS slipping slightly, 147 points, but now in 3rd place. And FLUX, the reign seems to be slowly becoming over. 156 points at the moment, and now with teams catching up in such a big way, there is a real chance if they continue playing like this, which is still decent, but nothing compared to some of these other teams that are starting to really put on a show for us, they might even slip down past 3rd place.
It's all still valuable. I mean, we talk about things solidifying, but it still very much is all up for grabs. FLUX moving out early, very, very early, over towards Kameshki. New Worlds dropping Severny. Playing path on the east needs a little bit of change.
Yeah, teams getting into position on the season side a little bit easier. HVVP dropping out quite early on the parachutes, get themselves some vehicles, head over towards North George most likely. See knockouts, Zerich tied with Crypto. Decent stuff for him at 26. I think MADBULLS kind of had a bit of a blinder that last game, but it wasn't quite good enough. And I think Effect kind of carried them as far as he absolutely could there, but there seemed to be just a breakdown between the synergy of that team. And I think it's just a case of, you know, you have players down towards that compound on below, players up towards that top side. I just don't think they expected the absolute onslaught of several different teams challenging for that position. I think in their eyes, it was almost guaranteed that they were going to remain up there, be able to take shots towards teams, prevent them from getting into position, and then all out of nowhere, HVVP buys their time and sneaks in. Again, though, they need to hold this top spot, but they've been putting up good averages every single game, John, which is why you see them with such a high amount of placement points. So I don't think that they're going to let this slip too easily.
All still very much to play for. This Eastern Circle, we've seen a couple of these before. Teams dropping out to the east as well on the playing path. It creates this sort of artificial conflict, and that we're seeing that mostly in Yasnaya BEŞİKTAŞ near MADBULLS. On a close drop, split around the MADBULLS for BEŞİKTAŞ. Nobody taking the fight just yet, but with BEŞİKTAŞ so split, they're in a much more vulnerable position than the MADBULLS.
Yeah, with them being behind, I think this is a case of where you always have to be a little bit wary, a little bit careful when you drop Yasnaya, because it is a position that can hold two teams fairly comfortably. We saw this in Western Europe when things got bad, when things were a very, very much eastern playing path on this side of the map, and MADBULLS couldn't quite commit to that rotation down towards Primorsk. They did share Yasnaya with Gamelord. Gamelord were very happy to stay on the eastern side, but here BEŞİKTAŞ, like you said, split up, with Zesi actually in fact heading over towards the western side, towards the Yasnaya bridge. And this is a bit strange, and you wonder if they'll even take an engagement. A lot of times over in Western Europe, it was MADBULLS very happy to stay quite calm, quite passive in this early game, loot up as much as they can, keep a wary eye towards the other team within Yasnaya, and then leave.
Solke, good stealth mode on the 2 pedal. Moving into position, getting there faster, getting the knock. New World's losing a player on the northern side. Lord Cedric, no weapons, and just needs to get out of dodge. Spotted. It's Solus. Stops him from those wrench dodges.
Yeah, very good rotation here from FLUX. I think they spotted a fair few times. New World do drop towards this top side of the map and take Stalber a lot of times. In this case, FLUX get down towards the ground, get feet on the actual grasslands of Erangel, get themselves some weapons, and then take down New World, who are now sent out towards shooting range and Severny. So for FLUX now, they demand respect over towards Stalber. They can move down fairly easily, understanding that rotation is clean, with 2 players from New Worlds now removed. It's unlikely that they'll see them rotating over towards that top side of Kameshki. So the early game for FLUX, very much easier.
BEŞİKTAŞ still continue to be split up around the position for MADBULLS, who are moving as a unit. What that will do is it will limit the MADBULLS looting opportunities. Obviously, if they're sharing the loot in those same positions, it's going to be a little bit lower overall. You're not going to have quite as many bits of utility, meds that are distributed across the team. But if you're fighting off against 1 or 2 players, you probably don't need that, as long as you've got all 4 barrels pointed the right way. BEŞİKTAŞ, though, will have more loot, will have better weapons, better attachments, and more meds as well. You can see Zerich even operating without a helmet right now.
Yeah, but you go kind of for the caveman play route where, you know, 4 gun better than 1 gun. And that usually does work out a fair few times. So for MADBULLS right now, they're lacking on loot for sure, but at least they have all 4 players ready and raring to go. And I think them understanding this is the first time that they've done this, and BEŞİKTAŞ will certainly seen the shoots. BEŞİKTAŞ will be kind of reluctant to allow them to get away with this so easily. I mean, you would want to be right with this being an Erangel-dominated tournament. You don't want to give away that position and allow it to be easily taken up every time you get a playing path like this. Unfortunately for them, I don't think they were quite ready enough for it. With Zessi all the way on that western side now, BEŞİKTAŞ have to be careful.
Zhao has to be careful as well. The rest of TJB lining up. I think he heard a couple of footsteps as soon as he swung past there and quickly repositioned. Changed plans. Very nice and fast for TJB. Playing around the lumberyard. Ingush backed off the peak. Didn't actually really take a jewel, but they fall away nonetheless. This eastern side position leaves lumberyard as quite a powerful spot to be able to take early.
For MUERTE, again, this can hold two teams. For them at the moment, it's more about spotting these rotations, getting scouting done early. You can hear teams as they roll on past in the vehicles on the hillsides around this position. But a lot of teams cramming their way down towards MUERTE Power, reluctant to head any further towards that northwest side. Most likely with this kind of circle that has so much water in it. Again, you saw it yesterday, you'll see it again today. This is more likely going to head up towards, MUERTE Power area and center towards Mansion. MADBULLS, though, find their first knock over towards BEŞİKTAŞ. That's over in Yasnaya, and it did certainly seem like 4-gun better than 1.
Seems to be. I mean, at the moment, though, BEŞİKTAŞ playing as a 3-1 with Zessi still very, very split from them. You've got to imagine they're aware of this threat, so going down early, not good, but they didn't get the flush on the side of MADBULLS, which means that it should be quite resable, especially if they're holding in those same buildings together for BEŞİKTAŞ. And if MADBULLS don't push on it, then fair enough, it might not go their way. Zessi repositioning into the south is a lot stronger rather than on that western side. You can really cover those alleyways that you need to cross when you push for the MADBULLS.
Yeah, even providing just a point for the rest of BEŞİKTAŞ to move to, understanding that, that position down towards the south is free and we can escape down towards it. It's great news. And I think MADBULLS may have pushed that if they had known that Zessi was over towards that western side. It's effectively a 4v2 there. Luckily for BEŞİKTAŞ, MADBULLS decides not to head in too soon and light the fuse on that engagement.
And there they are, they're going south now. BEŞİKTAŞ disengaging from the Yasnaya engagement. Teams fairly central around prison though now, TJB and Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love have faltered at the start of today's games blank. They've been under pressure and have not been able to stand up to it. So now that they have another position on that east side, a strong central position, can they hold it this time?
I think that they're making a lot of repairs towards the end of the day, right, to their results. I don't think that can continue, and I don't think it can be a case of, right, it's the end of the day, we've not got enough points, we need to make something big happen now. That's not going to be a winning formula when you come to this final day. It has to be strong throughout. Can't keep coming to that point where, right, now we need to do something, because a lot of these other teams, like we said before, are starting to solidify their positions towards the top. It's still all for grabs, but at the same time, these teams are making it very, very difficult to grab indeed.
I don't know if you caught that, but on the damage, Swain is almost 1,000 damage ahead of anyone else in the tournament, which is kind of nuts. And that is from a team that has newly minted themselves as a contender. GOODGUYS trying to slow down the OZAROX rotation, but for now, only finding tires, not really too much more. SURREAL do have an off angle on it as well, but the tiny letterbox window not really providing too much opportunity to do too much. Realm emptying magazine after magazine into what seems to be the hillside.
I'm not going to lie, this has been somewhat disastrous. The vehicle has taken a huge amount of damage. The Sephir has to drop out, but the fact that none of these players really took any damage at all from anyone as they rotated through here is a bit pitiful, right? I think that this is one of those situations where you have to hit those shots. They were so free. QODEX, though, looking to take it towards MUERTE. Ingush steps up, but falls down. Star player out for MUERTE now.
Woodson and Michiu, 2 players alive. MUERTE with just the one. Flyke playing around the door frames, needs to get one of these trades, get one of these opening knocks to keep themselves in, but MUERTE struggling now. One player standing for them, wanting to play off one another. They reposition now on a 2-pronged defensive. Woodson, first challenge, doesn't manage to stand up, but a lovely little flank in from Michiu does the deed. And QODEX could get back up to 4, unless the Unicorns of Love have something to say about it.
Sealing the deal here. Fortunately, like you said, someone with their hands on the pen, not allowing the final signature to go through. Crypto might send it a little bit further in here, look for an angle on this building. But all the while, QODEX is getting back up on their fate, back towards full health, and it looks like Crypto might send it just a little bit away. Might be able to find this angle from this position, but I think it's too little, too late at this point.
Unicorns of Love playing coastal side on the circle that's moved down south, leaving their position around prison to move into a wide split. HVVP on that western edge now, moving past the bunkers, moving past the shelters. Well, not quite going to move past just yet, but with S2G ahead of them, they've pushed them aside before, looking to repeat that.
Strong position towards shelter, honestly. A little bit open, but you can play those shelter openings. Have the rock faces on the top. And, you know, I've seen several times, you know, in PUBG Mobile, you have 4 teams all playing shelter towards an end game. Next circle, though, we'll see where this one does center up. There's a lot of different places around this particular circle that are interesting to play, and this is certainly one of them, with the rocky outcrops of Prison itself being fairly unplayable, with it being such low ground, the hillsides off towards MUERTE, but most teams will now have to just send in. Unicorns of Love had a good position to get in early, and now we're looking to group up as 4 and start dominating from the center of this circle.
And look who's already there as well. Again, it's OZAROX, who are on the southeast side, with no one really going to be looking to backfill them from MIL to power. QODEX maybe proving to be a challenge, but this western side is going to be so much more chaotic, and OZAROX going to be looking to weather the storm. Uh-oh. Took a little tumble there. MADBULLS going to be able to ride the car, but you don't want to be taking these small ticks of damage. You don't want to be slowing yourself down like that on a rotation that is all important in terms of timing.
VP also trying to make their way in, but S2G, again, on this side of the shelter, they moved out quite quickly towards the eastern side. That's just the south side of Prison. A little bit of high ground to play around with, but not much so far. Unicorns of Love also circling here. Reznov not quite back with the team as of yet, and I think for Unicorns of Love, sometimes this is a bit of a problem for themselves. It's this split play that they go for. Teammates falling around them with no accessible way to get them back up on their feet.
VIRTUS.PRO central now after getting away with it. Playing as a 4. Should be able to hunker down and stay alive unless a couple of nades find their way to bobble in. TJB, a little bit of a split against SURREAL. Xiao cooking a nade. They are in range. Timber will be the closest. Archon backing on into position, but the nade lands perfectly. Timber knocked from full HP there.
Yeah, big damage coming through, and Xiao looks to finish off the job. Sends another nade over the top, does even more damage, and that's to one of the other players there. Opts just to leave your boy behind.
Perfect nades from Xiao. You do not get better than that. I mean, unless you're going to knock multiple people, but that is completely on the money. Knew exactly where he was scouting for. No comments. No comments. No notes.
MADBULLS up towards that northern side do take a knock there from FLUX. An effect goes down. Luckily, Zerich is able to get a refrag on towards Solus, who's on that northern side providing cover. And MADBULLS now down to 3 players, looking to duke it out with the FLUX guys, who came in from that Stalber edge. Remember, they took down a lot of New World early on and gave them significant control over this side of the map. And it looks like Lutz will be heading up towards to get that res over towards Solus, but the blue is coming in quickly. Luckily, it's only the 3rd one, so won't actually stop Solus from getting back up on his feet. But we're hitting 4th zone very soon, so how much further can Solus and Lutz go?
Some of these teams have been moving around that south side. Look at the DENİZBANK WILDCATS and PIONER moving through MILTA to be on the south side of that OZAROX position. GG were close by, but now they're all going to have to move up north. QODEX
probably going to have to regroup here, and I think they know that.
It's one of those positions that a lot of teams take. They try and hold as many of these compounds as possible and give them as many options as they can. I think Woodson's currently got one of the better ones to hold. It's a little bit precarious holding on the south side of this compound.
TJB rolling through. Getting sprayed down by HVVP on the western side. GK first will be the first to fall, actually, to VIRTUS.PRO, I believe that was. Unicorns of Love playing on that west. Have a 2-2 split to hold off S2G and BEŞİKTAŞ on the north, who are going for a little bit of a burn-out rotation. See which way they end up going. VIRTUS.PRO playing together, though, proven to be too hard for TJB to pass through.
Spot QODEX, though. Shot's been sent up towards them. Can't take that angle for too long. The rest of TJB just scarper down towards the compound that QODEX just left. Remember, this is one of those compounds that quite difficult to hold. There's a lot of sight lines down towards it. You're just right underneath all the high ground. The best you can do from this position is just sit inside, try and stay safe. Lin gets him into a small ditch. FLUX still, again, taking it to MADBULLS. Not letting up as of yet. Monkey not there to support these players either.
Circle not kind for the teams on the west, but the northern side starting to put that pressure a little bit too much onto New Worlds. The duo remaining down to one. Rookie taking damage as well, spotted. New Worlds eliminated now. BEŞİKTAŞ, with 4 players alive on the northwestern flank, will need to move through MADBULLS, through SURREAL as well, ahead of the curve. With the MADBULLS going on with 3. Playing in the containers, the FLUX guys have not let up. MADBULLS prediction from Jason, FLUX from Maxman, and QODEX from Carlaris. A split decision for the first time in a while.
A very good shot there coming through from FLUX over towards Monkey. He was really the saving grace for MADBULLS, looking for that angle, but FLUX were on the case like nothing else there. And with him going down, it leaves the last 2 lads from MADBULLS very exposed.
Nade over the top from SoulK. Does get a little bit of damage onto Skillses, but he can return it. Drops it close instead. It's a little bit too fearful to put it long. Wanted to suppress any aggression from FLUX, who are yet to fully form up and get into formation to go for this. Monkey flushed on out by Soulless. 2 players left now for the MADBULLS on this northern side. FLUX yet to move past the roadblock that they have established. SURREAL a little bit further down the lane and will also be an obstacle, playing on that northern side as 2 as well.
S2G just roll over piece on that side of the map and look for a little bit more towards BEŞİKTAŞ. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another roll down come through, but it's Son HP with the DBS.
Finding the return knock, but Son HP does fall. S2G suffering similarly. Zessi, last standing for BEŞİKTAŞ, but holds out for now. 3 eliminations found. S2G down to 1 as the Unicorns chime on into the fight. FLUX on the coastal side are going to have to move, but they've been spotted. Coming in, it's the DENİZBANK WILDCATS from all the way near Mill to Power who have that sideswipe, and the FLUX are struggling to get back into cover there. They're really pinched now, and if a nade finds its way through coming in from MADBULLS, it could be all over for them. A nade goes in, but it's not going to find what they're looking for, not just yet. Unfortunately for FLUX, their push might have come a cropper.
I mean, they've held this edge, and I think the MADBULLS, although in a very awkward spot here, I mean, being able to be in the containers, there's no real sight lines in towards it. HVVP ruled down the guys from VP on this side, but OZAROX have eyes on.
Unicorns of Love shots over towards VIRTUS.PRO as HVVP are on the back. Looking to put some pressure on, but Matic falls, leaving HVVP down at 2. The flush through as well. Kitsune getting knocked out, and HVVP swept aside there. Now comes the Unicorns crash on the western edge as FLUX mount up to push on the northern side as well. Everything started to crunch in. Unicorns of Love take down VIRTUS.PRO. BEŞİKTAŞ moving in ahead, trying to get ahead of MADBULLS and FLUX. Remember, HVVP have already gone down blank, so if FLUX fall and MADBULLS fall, they're still safe in that top spot. But until then, it's all to play for to try and shuffle up those top 3. MADBULLS still going at 2.
Trying to move away as much as possible. Zerich has to hit some damn good shots here, but FLUX keeps stopping on the way through to ensure that they can take shots towards MADBULLS should they decide peek out just a little bit. supporting SURREAL, really not giving too much back, but some good shots does take down Solus, and maybe this is time for MADBULLS to strike. It's now or never as the circle gets ever closer towards them.
I mean, the makeshift squad of MADBULLS and SURREAL proving to be very tricky to navigate for them. Certainly punishing, and the DENİZBANK WILDCATS having to leave has allowed them that coastal side to use as protection. So maybe they can fight forwards. We know this is a capable team. Skills is crawling out into the open, near to SURREAL actually, so might need to be careful. And Zerich going down leaves him alone. A nade over towards SURREAL would take them down. If he can just put one into the shack. But Skills might just be not willing to give the game away. Has to stand up and go for the run. A nade from across the way removes the roadblock in his path. The smoke is there to give him some cover, but Skills still has to cross.
FLUX realizes they have to leave. There's no vehicles for him, but at least he gets some resupply on the medication. Solus remaining behind. Do not want to leave this player out in the open to backstab.
They're going to struggle to find that shot for now, but the blue zone will force Skills to make a bold push. And I imagine you're going to be cut down fairly soon, although surviving for the time being. Unicorns of Love instead looking out towards FLUX with Skills as the solo player remaining. FLUX down to 3. The circle shifts out to QODEX.
Yeah, and that push, that regroup from QODEX earlier on works well in their favor. And again, this is one of those positions where it's just open ground around them. A bit of a shooting gallery for them. Icy puts himself in the pass of Skills there. He's right on the edge of the circle, can't really move too much further forward without exposing himself to a fair few other teams. TJB might have sights over towards the guys from FLUX who are baring their teeth, trying to make it in.
The road cross ahead. Treacherous. As the Unicorns of Love, oh, this is going right over the top of Skills. Yeah, that's it. Crunched. Unicorns of Love roll up into FLUX's grill though, and Solus puts one down. As a 3-player team, they are going to have to try and continue. Restov wants to punch a hole through, but the second Unicorn will fall. Icy up for the challenge now, as Solus has gotten the best of there. Icy hits the deck, sprays onto Ketch, not going to land. Across the way, the shots through the smoke as Ketch cooks up a nade. Crypto in the back lines, looking to try and put some more pressure in on the off angle, but can't really find those angles, and now is the last Unicorn left standing on the road cross. It's been so hard to make it happen, and QODEX are looking out this way as well. FLUX surviving late. They want to take the top spot back, and I think they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's an unreal performance from FLUX to get this far, to weather the storm from so many teams. Luckily, they brought the umbrella, and Crypto has to make the crossing, but Lutz is having none of it.
Shutting it down where he can. Unicorns finally fall. QODEX with the central compound. Can they get taken down here? This is the Kylaris pick of QODEX in the central compound. Sprays from OZAROX as they fall to Pioneer. Only one Izumitsu is remaining on this south side as Black-White crumbles in the face of the QODEX hold. It looks like as the only 4-player team left, they might have just been able to do it. FLUX with 2, 9 eliminations, guaranteed third.
Yeah, it's a horrid position to try and assault from any kind of team. 14 eliminations, a big match from QODEX so far. FLUX has still got a long way to go, but with second place and 9 eliminations, this is happy days for them. They needed to wrestle back that top spot, and there it is. Good shot, though. Starts things out strong, but it's so unlikely they're going to get much further. Depends if they get the shift, though, John. There's still a chance here. It's open ground. It has been successful for QODEX so far, but it could be the thing that comes back to bite them.
That shift, though, you got to think that's going to be curtains for FLUX, unless they can smoke it, break out wide. They've got an extra crate out in the open to play with. Vito did get rezzed in the meantime, though, so there's an extra sight line that they can start to spread out in the face of QODEX, who will have a little bit better utility in this scenario. FLUX have had to push up that coastline. But the first smoke breaks, and Vito goes down again. A re-knock there from Lutz. Puts more smoke out into the field and repositions, but the push is still very much a gauntlet for them, and QODEX hold the side of the circle that's closest to them. Woodson breaks out wide. A Molotov goes a little bit long, but stops any wide peaks. Trying to get the damage onto Woodson, and it's good for a little bit. Moneyken moves forwards. This nade could be all it's going to take, but it's to the right of the tree instead of the left. Another smoke broken, and they have control of the circle fully for QODEX.
FLUX will definitely have some kind of utility still on board. There must have been some teams who were able to loot here. Vito getting rather close, has a nade. Looks like it's on target as well towards them, slightly off towards that right side and goes far.
A little bit long there. Ketch and Lutz. The smoke fades and gives an opening. Woodson pulls the accordion. Vito not gonna go down this time, and Lutz is flushed immediately. Goodness me. A 1-2 punch there. FLUX eliminated, and QODEX hold on to it. They control that end zone and take the chicken dinner towards the end. 31 points on the game.
Should have absolutely had that one. Again, it's one of those compounds that you take. They didn't really want to set themselves where TJB was before. This is where, if the circle centered up there, yes, they would have played it, but it didn't give you a lot of opportunity. There's so much high ground to shoot down towards TJB, so instead they opt to send towards that compound, towards the coastal side they controlled before, and I think QODEX getting so much control in the early game was really the key thing for them. Again, there's a lot of things that happen this game. Obviously, HVVP going down early, MADBULLS not able to survive as much as they would have liked, and FLUX getting a big match as well. OZAROX also similarly living for a very, very long time. There's a lot of different moving parts during this game, and I think that once we head back to the desk, they'll be able to cover them much better than we can right now in the limited time they have. But Moneyken, look at that. Good stuff from him to start this game out strong, finishing the game for, I think, 16 eliminations it was.
It was a strong, I think it was a 31-point game total. So maybe, I think we're looking at 11 eliminations there for QODEX.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right, 16. My math's failing me there. What? Doesn't happen too often, but it does happen. I can guarantee you that. But QODEX, they're not going to let those numbers get away from them. They put up a big chicken dinner to close out game number 3.
Well, I asked at the start of the day, are any other teams going to step up? And we're seeing it happen in almost every single match. QODEX here with a big victory for them. A victory that they kind of needed to stay in the running, to stay in the mix of everything. And a victory that was a little bit questionable at some points with the way they were pushing towards the end, Clarus. You were a little bit questioning some of the smokes that came out. What's up, Max?
A lot of players are feeling danger. This is a fool. They got gangs.
I think there's a making of a meme here if we have a solo shot of Max.
No. They had to win this game. They absolutely had to win this game, given the circle, given the compound that they actually had, and the position that it was going to make it going to be extremely difficult for any team to push up against that. But it was looking a little bit dicey, as you alluded to. I mean, FLUX was actually doing a pretty decent job of approaching that compound, getting a few knocks here and there. I mean, QODEX flexed out enough to be able to take enough angles against this, and once again we continue to be better than the clown. But I am coming for you, Max, and I will be ahead of you by the end of the day.
No.
Oh, okay.
I refuse that. But talking more about them, the thing that surprised me the most actually for QODEX is how they kept refreshing the smokes, and I think they almost allowed the sort of shot. But they almost enabled the 1v1s to happen for FLUX at one point. So refreshing the smokes, maybe not the best thing to do, but just a 4v2, right? The odds are in your favor, and there was a slight chance it was going to slip away.
If you don't win that game, Jason, where QODEX was, then what are you doing? Get in the bin. Like, they had to win that game in this lobby because they're capable of doing it, and they do get it. So
you
fantastic.
have nothing around that compound. Like, how do you even get there?
I don't know.
You can't.
You need cars. You need to all crash and then hope that they're not looking in that direction. Like, yeah, it's rough.
Well, 31 points, like you're saying. They needed to get the win. They did it. They got a ton of eliminations behind it as well, which means 31 points added to their tally, getting ever so closer towards our top 3. And honestly, I think at this point in the day, at this point in the entire event, could you ever safely say right now, well, I'm not going to predict because clearly my predictions mean absolutely nothing. But could you at the end of that last match now say who you feel like will actually be top 3 at the end of this whole event with confidence? I'd say no.
I don't think you can, no.
Yeah.
Even
That's the great
FLUX has
thing.
lost their top 1 position, right? Maybe they're back up there after a second place and they got a decent amount of elims, but it can still change on the last day because you have no team that's like miles ahead of the rest, so
Yeah.
it's hard to predict.
I mean, right now, given current forms, I would say I would give you a top 3, but that's purely speculation. There still is anything could happen.
Would you? Well, here's the only thing you have to say. Would you bet your car on it?
No.
Exactly. No confidence behind that one.
Everyone wants this car. They want to buy it from him.
Yes, I know. Keep ringing me. Go away.
Well, I mean, honestly, it is, I think, my favorite thing to see here, because when we looked at Western Europe, right, my predictions were basically just based off of which CIS team am I confident about that's still alive in the zone.
Yeah.
Now it's like you can't even have that level of confidence anymore because every team is able to perform. Every team is able to step up. And I think that's, for me, one of my favorite things about this event is that there's really no feeder teams. There's really no teams that are incapable of pulling big games or pulling consistency. It's just about which teams are going to be on point in the day.
Still waiting for TJB to be there.
You're going to be waiting a while, I think.
Nah, I want to see TJB do well. Right? It's a team that I think we've seen many times, but adding the CIS teams to the mix has been a little bit rough, and the Turkish teams even more rough for them over transition. But yeah, even some Western European teams can make it happen. I mean, QODEX, this game, as you stated already, it can't not go their way. They have to get the win. So yeah, they can take control in games that are literally just handed to them, but at least they got the win.
Just to speak bigger picture for a moment, it was a rude awakening for the rest of the Western Europe teams once the CIS teams came in, and come 2023, if it's the same thing again, they better be shaping up, because otherwise they're not going to compete.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is, right now it's tough for the first season where the CIS teams joined. Next year, if they're still here in this region, right, you can expect the original OG Western European teams to be just so much better because they're going to learn from this in scrims, in the actual tournaments, right? Well, hopefully we're going to see some changes.
I mean, this is a little bit away from the event happening right now, but then you have to think about the relegation matches that are happening for Western Europe and the new CIS teams who could come in and potentially replace them. So we could have even more CIS teams.
And the roster apocalypse that's currently potentially going on. We've seen the tweets from Mihi about big things like that. You know, there could be a lot of changes going on for the teams that are trying to get back in.
Well, happy to see changes happening, but right now QODEX don't really change too much because they picked up a big game. Let's see actually their player stats in this last match, and typically MoneyKen is the player we're going to look towards, and it's going to be him yet again. 786 damage, 6 eliminations. But Kalaris, I want you to point out one thing in particular, because you were talking about him pushing aggressively off the backside of that smoke towards FLUX at the end. It was a little ballsy.
Yeah, and given that it was kind of a 4v2 scenario where they realize it is too, don't mind it too much. It is ballsy, as you say, but as long as you don't give them constant 1v1s here and there, as long as they don't make an extreme peak around one of these smokes and get that 1v1 instantly on MoneyKen and then continue on the path, then you're fine doing something like this. We already saw Woodson, as you said, taking that off angle to try and complement just... If FLUX needs to do anything, they're going to have to be drawing other attention all over the place.
I got a point for you, Max. I feel like MoneyKen is very similar to playstyle to like the OG GK first we saw, where he likes to be the person in the moment to make the big play. He likes to be the one to try to solo something or to be the one to push forward. And we saw that at GK First quite a bit back when they're known as Panda.
I think many things we said about GK First is that like you would unleash him in some way on the other teams. And I think the MoneyKen is in a very similar scenario, just like, go do the killing. Just send him forward and he's going to do that. And it works out great. I think that sometimes he can be a little bit overzealous from time to time, but it works out right. The main issue I had in that finish was them refreshing the smokes, but sending Woodson on the angle, having Moniken on the front line with that utility to try and just keep at arm's length the entirety of FLUX is a smart play. Maybe a bit too much, but if we can see some confidence from this team on this stage, I'm happy for it. I want to see more of it in particular.
Okay, well, speaking of confidence, one team that was very confident the first day was FLUX, and actually a little bit of a breakdown from day 1 to day 2. But what about day 2 to day 3, Max? You want to talk about this in particular?
Yeah, because FLUX have not had a great day 2, right?
No,
we wanted to see a little bit of a step up. Sure, they had that cushion after day 1, like, okay, they're still looking great. They had a pretty significant downfall, only 2.3 eliminations per game on average on day 2. But here, this is them coming back in this game. They're looking a lot more comfortable. They are willing to take fights. It was still a tough transition to make it to QODEX position, but this is FLUX willing to just retain on that throne in that top 3 position to make it to PMGC, because I said HVVP, a team worthy to make it to PMGC. I think FLUX also stands in that angle.
Strong resilience in this game as well in the north position. I mean, they had to go through MADBULLS, which were a little bit divided to a degree. Then they had to go through Unicorns of Love that made one of the only transitions that they could try and do, considering that anything from kind of the west side, they had to go up that north position and try and kind of come down from there. And again, FLUX kind of held on. They lost 1 or 2 here or there, but they still held on and still got this in the second place.
Well, we're about to go to Sanhok here really quickly before we go to Casters. Mainland zone or not? Yes or no?
I want to see a Northwest Island finish.
I want to see Northwest.
It's always been like South Boot Camp, so I want Northwest Island.
I really want Northwest.
Well, I'm glad I got a yes or no answer to that question. But yeah, obviously we want to see what's going to happen, especially with HVVP. Well, there's only one way to find out with our commentators, John and Blake.
Yes, Northwest. Let's go with that. I like that. Yeah, absolutely. Blank, Northwest?
Maybe Northwest, who knows? I think that if I was to look at this, though, and what the devs are saying, I think that's a Northwest prediction from both Max and Kalaris, and a Middle Island prediction coming through from Jason. So let's see if he gets this one right for once. Maybe, potentially. There's a lot of chance it could be Middle Island. This is a favoured result for him.
Yeah, maybe. So it could be, but I also don't think it will happen. How's that? There you go.
Really?
Yeah.
You're putting your money on the line here. Fair play.
No, it's guaranteed.
It's guaranteed.
It's not even a risk. I mean, look at this. The plane path's even out to the western side.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the plane path doesn't usually always transition over towards the circle, but there's still time. There is still time for that to happen. Most teams here on Sanhok, again, the 3rd Sanhok they will be playing in this championship. We'll see exactly what does happen here. So far, it's been a little bit rough and tumble for a lot of these teams. Monkey able to get a huge amount of points from his last game, just taking down HVVP, which was unfortunate for them, right? If you look at it for HVVP, they were on track to get a 10-point game off of that, but were taken absolutely apart by the MADBULLS.
Unfortunate. But if you want to play with the best, you've got to duke it out with them as well. And MADBULLS, despite having 1 or 2 little falters in these last couple of games, are still 3rd place right now overall, fighting it out fairly closely with OZAROX at this stage, but HVVP and FLUX looking to extend their lead now.
100%. I think for FLUX here, another good game would be amazing for them. Unfortunately, down towards Kampong and Docks, they haven't had the most success from that position, getting picked off as they've come into the circle a fair few times. HVVP, on the other hand, I think they'll still go for this heal strat. This time around, though, it is the WILDCATS spreading out a little bit more wide here, looking for maybe one of these pickoffs towards HVVP potentially. So Matic, Kitsune, Meku, Tixi will all have to be very careful here.
Not going for that split across the Confluence compounds there. Oh, hang on a minute. Looks like Boron's the one who needs to be careful. Matic on the warpath, seemingly. Unless it was a self-knock, but you can't imagine it would be with Matic so close by. Circle does shift over towards the mainland. Blank, I had you on. I was actually just memeing, and that's why I've not been doing well on that prediction.
Yeah, sure. Fair play. I mean, I don't believe you one bit, but...
No, but it was just a joke, you guys.
Either way, mainland, I think that Jason can be happy with that. It will add to his prediction total. However, it will still be there for him at heart. You know, in spirit, he got one thing right.
It's not going to go right for SURREAL. Losing a player early. Archon leaving them in anarchy. SURREAL
spread across on a wide split on the northeast side. This is, I think, the third time of 3 Sanhoks that we've seen them get picked off like this.
Yeah, it happens so often now. DefWorks taking a lot of damage. It's Kitsune to actually pick that one up from up on high. They set him up nice and early. So Wildcats losing 2 players right off the crack.
Oh dear. That res getting really hard stopped. Boran will be bleeding out in just a moment. 2 players for the DENİZBANK Wildcats on that northwest island, and it frees HVVP's rotational paths up just that little bit more. I mean, they could potentially even try and leapfrog and swing around the north side, but it's less likely that they'll do that rather than go for those southward rotations, given the lean of the circle.
I mean, that is definitely an option for them. I think it's something that you could predict quite comfortably, saying that, you know, with the circle, it's leaning down that way, but the amount of times that they've made this crossing over towards boot camp and suffered because of it, having Wildcats diminish in terms of the amount of players on their side now, you're right, it does give you that option to head up towards the north, and could be something that maybe consider later on. They do tend to stick around this northwest island for a very long time, and even all the way through to the next circle. So if it heads up towards the north side, there is a potential that, you know, HVVP take that swing across towards Hattin.
Unicorns of Love getting bumped once more. The highest placing team outside of the top 4 right now, the Unicorns of Love, with 123 points, sorry, at the start of this game. You know, they were one of the few challenges that could maybe break that ceiling, move up, but losing players early here on Sanhok, not ideal. Fortunately, there is a return knock over towards S2G. Close by as a teammate. Don't really have that baseline of fire, but BEŞİKTAŞ might have the angle to slow this down.
Yeah, Silas actually gets knocked there by Crypto, who is taking some very long-range shots at the moment. Understands that there is a side swipe coming through, though. Both are his knocks, so if they do bleed out, it will be eliminations going over towards Unicorns of Love. I feel sorry to say this, though, for Unicorns of Love, and I don't want to, but I think these 2-2 splits, they're useful and they work out well. Goodness me, Razy's got to be careful with that. Run across, but might even just spot them as they're passing up.
Needs to get back to the tree. All their sights are set on these knocks. They really want to get these points, these flushes. They know what sort of contest they're in right now, but with Razy missing that spray, that is going to allow Hamzy to bleed out on the top there, leaving S2G at 2. With BEŞİKTAŞ on a wide, long off angle there. Razy should be able to res Silas here if he can get back behind that rock, but Unicorns of Love continue to roll down this hillside as a duo.
Back to the original point, I think it's sad to say, but these 2-2 splits coming through from Unicorns of Love, yes, they work out for a lot of other teams, but I just don't think that every single player on Unicorns of Love has the fortitude to go for these 2-2 splits without being worried of losing players on crashes like that. You see skills as well as Zerich are able to get out of those tricky situations as 2 players. Unicorns of Love, I don't think they have that same playstyle. And I think playing as a 4 is not a bad thing. You see so many other teams within this lobby play as 4 a lot of times, unless it's a case of having 2 compounds to play in.
SURREAL, Jetgill on the bottom of the rock against Moneyken from QODEX. Auto shotgun, a fearsome foe. The bark is as strong as the bite. Moneyken on a sliver of HP, doesn't even go down there. SURREAL eliminated. Unicorns of Love, the duo that remains off against Silas and Razy from S2G. Now it's just Rollkiss in a 1 versus 2. Nails the shots through the window, but there is backup and a nice 1-2 punch there. S2G stay up at 3.
That's the DBS in close range action for you. Tried to clean it out, weren't able to. And our Unicorns of Love go down 15th place, in fact, with just 2 eliminations. No, actually, did they even get 2 limbs there? No, they didn't, because S2G is currently still up as 3 with Razy picking up one of their players. Did not turn out how they wanted it to. With this circle heading down towards the south side, yeah, you can pretty much cross out that rotation up towards Hattin for HVVP. They've already sent players now down towards the Confluence compound. Meku preparing to make his approach. VP might be an obstacle in their way. They're off towards that west side, just the north of Ruins, ensuring that there's no teams making their way across the bridge. Maybe pick up some free points that way.
Effect crawling in the long grass. Enjoy not looking to break out of the compound just yet.
for BEŞİKTAŞ. They're playing very centrally. Don't really need to. PIONER, an operative finishing spot as well on the crossing.
There's one of the better compounds as well. I think MADBULLS are gearing up to try and take it away from BEŞİKTAŞ. With the walls surround that compound, it's still difficult to even challenge it as a four-man team versus two players within the compound itself. So MADBULLS definitely wary. And they don't even know there's only two players in there. But this is a position that I would look to pick up within this circle. You know, it's a very, very strong. PIONER already picked up the Crossroads compound. Not as well protected as this one that currently BEŞİKTAŞ hold, but much, much more central.
TJB. 3 players remaining. Xiao went down earlier. I think that was to PIONER, who are on 4, playing on that junction compound. A lot of times we've seen this compound be really pivotal in circles like this, Blank. It's been a very strong position for teams who are sending across from the southwest, but this time around it's PIONER who are going to be taking it. BEŞİKTAŞ in that strong walled compound will be the main threat to it, but it's unlikely they're going to leave that on their 2-2 split.
That's correct, John. You are correct.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Ooh, that's a relief.
Repeat us the blankets.
I know, that's right.
He does.
I'm going to re-emphasize sometimes.
That's fine. I respect it. TJB down towards their south side, though. Again, as I say, that compound towards BEŞİKTAŞ a bit more defended, a bit more safe. So there is potential of a crash on towards PIONER. But with all 4 players there, it should be safe and sound. Again, a lot of eyes not quite set upon these players towards the middle as of yet, with teams not making their way in too quickly. FLUX hovering around Quarry to MUERTE, taking shots from GG, in fact.
Southwest side here. Gush has the cover here. You've got to feel like Zedwolf needs to potentially just try and reposition. Raum and Rip7 not really in a fighting spot right now. OZAROX on the mainland in the meantime. It's a little bit further east of the MUERTE, across the river, across that split of water. FLUX on the eastern side, behind Quarry right now, which will either force them to move south past OZAROX or go north past QODEX.
I think north past QODEX could be a little bit dangerous. Again, you kind of rotating into a position that a lot of teams might already be in. But again, heading down towards that south side, you're getting in that clump up towards that queue. So you could even just go straight through the middle of Quarry. Not the worst idea in the world. There is compounds just outside that west side of Quarry, which are good, decent to play in. Maybe not winning compounds, but certainly positions to hold on to. Right now, FLUX are playing on that, one of the highest points within Sanhok, towards that southeast side of Quarry. But we do get a northern shift up towards boot camp. Players most likely won't head towards boot camp too early. You don't want to get yourself embroiled in that area. But there are compounds around it.
BEŞİKTAŞ probably going to want to look to regroup here, Blank. I think choose one. You can't have both.
Yeah, and I think for them, maybe even just heading up towards peace with the rest of the team. Zessi just abandoning the post towards the walled compound. Get themselves further towards the north, further away from a lot of teams that they would be expecting to be rotating in through that south side. You can see now Zessi and Enjoy starting to make their exit.
OZAROX rolling on up past PIONER's compound on the junction. They go for a long, wide crash, but unfortunately they're being cut down here. PIONER do lose 1, but they've already managed to extract their toll. OZAROX faltering. A difficult crash to make, but they did need to make a decision as to what to do. They get ahead of TJB. Now they're down to 2. Izumitsu still not rezzed, not just yet, and a little bit split from the rest of the team. He's going to have a tender on the back there to bring them back to 4. You can see that PIONER unwilling to go full force into this engagement until they are back at all 4 alive. Izumitsu will look for the heal. TJB take this opportunity to go in straight for the crash. This DBS out the window is brutal, but only for 1. Lin on the in and gets the knock. Traded off, looks for the heal. GK First and Lin, the duo for TJB, proved to be another spanner in the works for PIONER.
No prisoners taken for any of these teams here. Merciless approach from both OZAROX as well as TJB. BEŞİKTAŞ chiming in just a little bit. They've got eyes on, they've got sight lines looking over towards his position, a little bit of overwatch.
Two of their players looking out that way with Zessi and Enjoy out to the west of it on the north side of this engagement. OZAROX with their duo making it here solid. I mean, these three teams can kind of quite happily just reside in this scenario for this circle, certainly, maybe a little bit of the next as well.
For most teams at the moment, it's just a case of taking a position as teams slowly flow towards that north side. You saw BEŞİKTAŞ leave the walled compound, in which case MADBULLS made residency there. They were in Painan. MUERTE saw MADBULLS leave. They take residency in Painan. GG looking to head towards the south side that MUERTE were in before. It is just a lot of leapfrogging at the moment. A lot of teams taking up position, maybe where, you know, the rent is a little bit higher, but it's better than where you were before. HVVP, on the other hand, being very careful, treading lightly as heading towards the circle. Do not want the same thing that happened to them yesterday to reoccur here in this match. Haven't even dared to cross yet.
Tread lightly, carry a big stick. That's the ethos they seem to be going with at the moment. Certainly came to bear in Miramar earlier today. If you missed that, definitely go back and watch that, because HVVP dominated in that game. Yet to cross, but looking good to do so. VIRTUS.PRO behind with 4 alive, so still a full force team. And maybe that's what HVVP are wary about.
They will have had sight over towards Ruins for a long time and not seen these teams cross up towards the north side. So it's most likely they're still on the west and or rotated down towards the south. Pretty nasty shift up towards that northern side, though. Bit of a swamp in that area. Still, there are hills, tree lines to play in over to where QODEX currently are. New Worlds have a nice position to play coming in from that north side. Haven't made too much happen on that edge of the map. GG, on the other hand, taking a lot of casualties from MUERTE. Zerich falling to BEŞİKTAŞ, though. That's Enjoy. Also, TJB getting involved. Goodness me, that is a lot of casualties going towards MADBULLS' side, and very quickly.
They are really suffering on the egress from the compound that BEŞİKTAŞ held with 2 on the walls, but they have had to leave it, and that sanctuary is no longer there. Will not move with them. And they're taking heavy punishment for it. BEŞİKTAŞ ahead of the queue from the teams in the compound on that junction. With a pretty solid line, all things considered. A nade over towards Effect, finds even more. Zerich goes down as well. Wow, okay, BEŞİKTAŞ holding strong against the MADBULLS. And that's going to leave, I think, just Skills as alive.
That is a horrific turn of events there for MADBULLS. Several teams looking their way. Unlikely that Zerich will get back up on his feet, and that's just from 2 players from BEŞİKTAŞ, but oversight from TJB over towards his position kind of culls the guys from MADBULLS. Quite unfortunate indeed, but BEŞİKTAŞ currently controlling 2 areas of the map very well, keeping players at bay. Zerich bleeding out. Skills is nowhere to be found.
Not going to be riding in to support to try and hold it. Teams in Paradise Resort, HVVP making their way up, playing on that northern side. BEŞİKTAŞ still looking out this way, and that is brutal across the way. On the lead from Painan, you've got MUERTE and VIRTUS.PRO out in the blue at this stage. I mean, you drop someone back, go for a heel strap. FLUX all the way out on the east side, no one challenging them there, and could go for a heel strap themselves, but no one really actually holding out that edge.
Skills is at least finds one there from BEŞİKTAŞ, so maybe opens up his position slightly. There's maybe a position to get in. HVVP blessing their lucky stars that all these teams decided to go for the arena brawl down towards the Crossroads compound. In the meantime, just took their opportunity to head towards boot camp and get situated there.
Pioneer, OZAROX. TJB as well, but GK First and Lin are very, very low. Looking to move north. Look at that Realm healing out now in Painan. Black-White jumps around past the window, but in goes the push instead. And OZAROX hold off against 1. TJB, in the meantime, have yet to lose one of their players. Pioneer on 2. Nox evades the DBS for 1 pump, but the second is just too strong. TJB
as a duo, can try and get ahead of this, but Pioneer have already managed to move Fash on the outside.
Circle moves over towards that western side, and HVVP maybe put the idea of a heel strat game out of their mind and look for a chicken dinner. Meantime, FLUX taking huge casualties on the eastern edge versus QODEX.
Oh, goodness me. It's all coming a cropper for so many of these teams. FLUX struggling to push on in. A new world's prediction from Jason. HVVP for Maxman from Paradise Resort. And from Boot Camp now. And Kylaris with QODEX yet again. Could it be 2 for 2? If FLUX take more, extract more of that toll, QODEX might struggle. But at the moment, it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Zessi moves away, and maybe Skills has found himself a small window of opportunity to move out. But he will have to go for English if he wants to head up towards the western side of boot camp to safety. Danev gets knocked. English in the vehicle still going. On board with Skills at the moment. I think BEŞİKTAŞ have a general idea of him being towards this position after taking so much of his team down before.
This back and forth conversation between HVVP and FLUX has been quite the interesting story today, and FLUX going down here allows HVVP the chance to rack up a whole host of points to take back that first position that they stole in the first game.
BEŞİKTAŞ getting crunched on this side. Black-White will fall to Matic. MADBULLS just let him pass. Now Fash having to desperately move in. Skills is in the circle, but QODEX taking down the final member there of Pioneer. Peace in an awkward spot here.
Only the one on the outside of the blue for BEŞİKTAŞ right now, but the two up the top are not going to have an easy time either. 4 first aids for Peace, and the burn is there. That's going to take him down. Muddy Ken puts it perfectly behind the rock. With the outpost there, teammates get in the way of the sightlines, and hang on a minute, there's some players across the way. Proven to be a trouble as well. QODEX should be able to res that up with the circle pop. Goes outside of boot camp.
BEŞİKTAŞ lining up like this, those Skills just might just have some sight lines. Looks away at a critical moment. Should just start to spot those players crawling before maybe they spot him.
No way does he not see them. Skills is caught on a broadside, would just go down. Okay, yeah, he's definitely seen Zessi now. Will have seen Sun HP as well. Hits the first, waits for the push. Zessi on the knee, tries to land the shot with stability. Will be able to do it just about. 1 bullet left in the magazine there on the UMP as well. But that nade around the back, that's going to take him down. S2G put the nail in the coffin. And teams start to fall. HVVP, 4 players alive on the inside, but will have to leave from boot camp as the DENİZBANK WILDCATS, who they were harassing on that northern island before, will continue to be their main opponents now on the egress.
QODEX looking for the back-to-back. Kitsune falls out in the blue zone. Matic also down on bended knee. Not likely he'll get back up again, and now they have to face Tixi out, DBS in hand, but he's too quick with it.
Tixi gets the flush raise on the X-ray on the outside there. But HVVP falling pretty heavily. You wonder if they've put those meds, if they've reallocated them over to the right player, but it's not going to matter. HVVP brutally gunned down there on the edge of boot camp. Out eliminated. We'll be able to rack up 8 points on the game so far, so a 7-point gap to close. Won't be quite enough to take that first position back from FLUX, but it's decent enough. They don't capitalize on that chance.
I think Kitsune was actually caught out right behind by one of the Wildcats players as he was going for the heal off, so this could have been a much bigger game there by HVVP with the amount of time they were able to stay out of the blue and the amount of meds they were able to conserve, but still 8 points, not bad. And with FLUX going down rather early, it's decent news. This could be the chicken dinner now though for S2G if they can keep things rolling, but they're in a very awkward spot. Can QODEX hold on?
They're on the inside of a building as well, with QODEX knowing exactly where they are. It's just Kelsey now against 3 from QODEX. X-Ray and Related nearby, potential to third party. And you can see actually one of them, well, both of them going for the fight as well as X-Ray surely soon to fall. Kelsey healing out, first aids there. I think he's picking them up from the teammates to try and just heal as long as possible, but 3 teams remain. Where are GOODGUYS? Realm was healing over in Painan for a long time, I think.
Vito drops out, has an aid in hand. Kelsey has to go for it now to stop that from happening. But he's
able to get the shutdown. But
The first aid, not going to be there. The heal is not good. Wants the point, steps out.
Doesn't get the zoom in.
That's unfortunate. And GOODGUYS heal out for Realm near Painan into second place. But QODEX, back-to-back chicken dinners. Blank, this is a big run from this team.
Yeah, and also one of the most ridiculous games on Sanhok as well in terms of elimination count that I have seen in a long, long time. 17 elims on Sanhok is pretty much unheard of. And the fact that we only have these once a day, this comes around, this is a very much a lifetime opportunity there for QODEX to get so many points on board.
26.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
Oh dear, okay, well, we're going to be here for a while. Blank, QODEX with the back-to-back chicken dinners, the back-to-back predictions coming through from Kylaris as well. Seems to be someone he knows. He is going to take that top spot away from Maxman on the prediction game. As QODEX dance it out. Realm. With that, how many... Hang on a minute. If the next circle closes, there's a potential that Realm has more first aids, right?
Yes, but these guys can stick towards the middle for much longer time. They will have to stim, though. They will definitely have to stim and get the heal on. But there is potential that Realm might be able to heal out longer. For Realm, though, your issue is that can you get these first aid kits off quick enough? And does he have the stims available? Because he certainly can't take any more now. And it's whether those ticks go through.
With 18 first aids, he has got a little bit of time. The zone looking to close. QODEX are looking maybe a little bit worried. They should start investing their meds over into one player now. I don't think those... I think it's 16 first aids now.
Yeah, it's getting tricky for him.
Are going to be enough.
This is...
The stims are going to run out.
Yeah. This is where you need those stims to come into play. But QODEX there with a gargantuan game here on Sanhok again. Those eliminations do not come through very often here on Sanhok. But for QODEX, they absolutely storm across the entirety of Sanhok. And with that game, it sets them quite far ahead of a lot of teams. Maybe all the way even past 5th place, actually.
With OZAROX going down early, they could be in contest for that spot. I think you're right. I think the Unicorns of Love may drop in there. Pioneer going down a little bit earlier. It is very much a possibility that they are going to be able to take this. And QODEX, right from the bottom to the top today, are looking really, really solid now.
Yeah, I think they started the game on 98 points, and with 32 points from the chicken dinner and the eliminations they got, that sets them, what, like 130 up towards the top side, which is, yeah, ahead of Unicorns of Love at the start of this game. So it depends where the other guys are sat around there. But, you know, coming from the very bottom of the lobby, I think they're around about 13th, 14th place before they got that last chicken dinner, to now suddenly in 5th place. That's wild, man. And again, it's Money Ken to do it. 1,200 damage. I mean, who else would be the poster boy for this team?
Yeah, they started today 13th place with 65 points on the board. And they've managed to put themselves all the way up amongst those top front runners with a back-to-back chicken dinner. Blank, I think we've seen like 4 or 5 back-to-back chicken dinners come through in this tournament so far. It's kind of nuts, the number of teams that have had like, oh, it's our turn to be like the team, the one team to rule them all. But QODEX will bear that mantle for at least another game longer. We'll see what more they have left.
Fellow PUBG Mobile players, in PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we're debuting the new Gearfront mode. All 8 skills have distinct features, bringing players even more tactical fun. Players can select one skill for each match. Today, we'll be introducing the skill Trace. Trace is a passive skill. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. When a teammate has the skill equipped, all other members of the team can see the tagged enemy, making it easier to focus fire. Trace can help teams on any map, particularly in areas with a lot of buildings or are plagued by conflicts. Your team is less likely to lose enemies tagged by Trace, as it provides information that allows teams to predict enemy movements and determine whether to pursue enemies or fall back. For aggressive teams or those that prefer frontal assault, Trace is all the more the go-to skill to help you clinch victory. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Limit, and Nusa. Everyone, be sure to make haste to try out different skill combinations to see what works. We'll also be bringing you more skill introductions, so don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
Oh, hey. Oh, we're back. Oh, hey, everyone. Welcome back to the show. I guess Rome's finally done healing in the blue there. Codex, another big winner. These guys, 17 eliminations. Damn.
Yeah, not only are they the best, but I'm the best, Jason. And Max, I told you.
You're making it about himself.
I don't like that.
I got a Codex back-to-back prediction, and Codex got a back-to-back win. It was fantastic.
You could have predicted so many back-to-backs. You could have predicted a New Worlds back-to-back, a MADBULLS back-to-back, a FLUX back-to-back. A lot more predictable. You do Codex.
Are you not entertained?
But the thing is, Max, this gives him so much more credibility in his predictions that of all the teams he could have predicted, he was that confident Codex would win. But the most important part of all this, ladies and gentlemen, is Kalaris has passed Maxman.
Yes!
I'm going to pick it back up.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't litter the studio.
Oh, no. He's lost all his notes. What's he going to do?
Well, now we got to hold the show off and wait till you pick it up, Max. No, I'm just kidding. You can see your Codex, 32 points. What is going on with Codex? We talked about any team can step up here on these days, and Codex have done so.
Yeah. Okay, so the reason I went for them, actually, we saw a very similar Unicorns of Love win on the day one, right? Where they had that high ground. It was exactly the same high ground, and it is a great vantage point to have, not only to be able to scout, but also to be able to take fights. Unfortunately for you, Jason, New Worlds was the initial victim after the predictions that we made.
Yeah, let's be fair about that, right? That prediction was done like 4 minutes before it showed on screen.
Exactly, 4 minutes before it was shown, bear in mind. But technically, the way the position they had in terms of the compound, in terms of the circle layout overall, was very similar to their win. So I can understand why you picked them, but the high ground was too powerful for Codex.
Exactly. Every team that wants to pick a fight against this team, against Codex, it's an uphill fight. Literally, you have no way of fighting it. Even though it's a 4v4, we saw it happen with New Worlds once again. There's no chance you're going to be able to win that, unfortunately. We had some interesting fights from the early game, like Pioneer, Black-White doing some great stuff, but a position like that, you cannot move Codex away from it. And even if it goes towards the roadside, you still have that little hilltop position, more scouting possibility, and every team pushing out of their position, you're instantly going to gun them down.
And some of you may say, but Kalaris, it didn't finish there. Yes, that's why Codex was even doubly as great as I've already let out to be. Because once the circle shifts away from them to the west, they actually make a great move to kind of the west side of that pond area, which again is a little bit of a high ground above where S2G. I thought S2G maybe would flex out of this compound a little bit and try and control some of that high ground. However, that was not to be. And we got to watch them dance for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was a nice little power nap for us here on air, to be honest. But to be fair, you did kind of mention, or while we were watching the game, there was like 3 or 4 teams just south of Codex that kind of just fought each other, which led to just S2G coming out alive, meaning Codex only had to deal with one team.
Yeah, I mean, all of those teams, there was, I think it was BEŞİKTAŞ maybe, that went over towards
up north a bit,
where S2G was and kind of had that fight go down. And if there were more threats from the south, it would have been a bit more compromising for Codex, but thankfully for them, Sanhok, third parties rule supreme.
I really think these teams know something that we don't. we see them, like, what was it, 3 teams in that trifecta compound?
Sure.
Just all there, and these circles are very common.
We get circles there a lot. It's not only these teams that may know something we don't, I know something you don't, because I keep getting the predictions right on Sanhok.
No, stop that. I don't like that.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, he does though, Max. That's the problem.
Hey, you're not the one to talk, okay?
I'm letting my predictions do my talking for me, which means I don't get to talk at all. Let's actually take a look here at Codex's stats yesterday versus today, because again, we talk about teams stepping up here.
Damn.
Wow.
The average of limbs for me, I mean, the fact is, the average survival time isn't that much greater. Yeah, 2 minutes and 18 seconds, but the eliminations per match, that's an extra 6 points per game minimum that they're getting.
That's MADBULLS level of eliminations average from the final of Western Europe, I think.
I think it was even potentially higher, like the more we've seen from them. Like, Codex was definitely not a team going into this event. I was like expecting them to perform because they never played versus these Turkish teams. They don't have that experience, that international experience, and making it to PMGC with games like this, if they can continue, could be a possibility. But 2 wins, it's great, but we saw a lot of teams with 2 wins and just still being like on the bottom side of that first page. So we still need more, but it's still a great first step in the right direction.
Don't worry, we'll see where they are in the standings in a moment here. We actually take a look at their player stats here to get an idea who was leading the pack, and we can kind of assume that's going to be MoneyKen. I'm kind of assuming that.
Probably.
We're talking about him last match. We're talking about him
digits.
again.
Again.
Wow. I mean, you
go.
got the prediction right. It's Sanhok, and they got that many points, and he got over 1,200 damage. You got to give me a little bit more than that, Max Kalaris.
It's been done. But the thing is that, I mean, the fact that he's able to do that on Sanhok, I mean, it speaks to the position that they had. And again, the reason why I actually went for them. And like, I usually, when I'm making predictions, go more for position than the team name. The team name obviously influences things because we know some of the teams are absolutely great. But here, QODEX, it was too good a spot to not take them.
Is the entire team performing too, right? Because just to set up MoneyKen, you just send him in forward, and you still have the other players. Like I think it was what 3 eliminations for 1, 3 and 4. So like the entire team is putting numbers forward for the squad. It's just a great presence. I mean, I don't know what to tell you except the fact that MoneyKen has been popping off, and they have these locations. Sure, that I still think the first game of the day maybe a little bit given to them on that Erangel match, but they still take control. They're willing to be aggressive against teams they've never really played against before, and I think that type of mentality is just helping them so much in these 2 previous games here.
There was a trump card on the side as well. There was FLUX coming in from the blue, which I thought, oh no.
Oh, it's FLUX, yeah.
You guys like, oh yeah, look at that.
What you said now, and then I ate my words.
A little bit scared about their approach on towards QODEX, because I thought they really could have been the thorn in the side if anybody was going to be. But QODEX, again, took the fight brilliantly and absolutely dismantled them.
It's just their awareness, right? They're just, once again, the high ground position, and even a position teams out in the blue that you would really not expect. They spot them out like 30 seconds before they even start entering the circle, and they are prepared with that high ground position. The awareness and their scouting has been like key on this Sanhok match, which is not something you see very often.
Yeah, it's very hard to do on a map like Sanhok as well when things are so chaotic. But we got to take a look at our overall, so gentlemen. We have 1 minute and 30 till we get into our 5th match of the day. And FLUX still going to be maintaining first place after taking it back from HVVP. But QODEX, it's good. It's a start. But you're still 22 points away from 3rd place. You're still more than that away from 1st place. It's amazing to see them have 2 pop-off games like this, but it's not going to be enough to get you into PMGC yet.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 wins is what was going to put them back in a race. Now you need to follow it up with something even better. I mean, even better. Even just remaining consistent is great, but we need to see some other wins, some other top performance, and they can make it to top 3, but now they're in a position where they can actually compete, so we need to see them compete here.
I agree. It's a big morale boost, but there needs to be a gargantuan effort still to find the consistency that the top teams find when you're a QODEX that is a bit of a roller coaster, a bit up and down.
Think of PMPL Western Europe. Day 1, phenomenal.
Yes.
Day 2, where'd they go? Are they still here?
Agreed, and that was our question mark at the end of day 1. Awesome, they got those 2 wins, but it felt a little bit like they were kind of not gifted those wins, but the circle came to them and they made the wins happen, right? The first win out of these 2, the circle was good for them. This one on Sanhok, they really worked for it. So let's hope we see that more from QODEX.
Now the question is here, Kalaris, can they do the back-to-back-to-back? Is he going to predict him yet again? Because everything he touches wins. We'll find out as we head over to our commentators here for the 5th match of the day.
Going for that 5th, for the next game here today, blank. Is Kalaris going to be able to get the back-to-back prediction? And QODEX as well, as Jason was highlighting there. There's so many backs. A lot of them at the moment. I mean, MoneyKen is putting his team on his back most of the time. But I don't know. It depends how cut and dry this next game is. It could be a case where the circle just directly is on top of a team and it's pretty easy to predict. But at the moment, we're just having so many hardships. I think it's actually kind of relevant to be predicting these teams that have strong and open positions on the edge, which will give you a decent chance of getting that prediction right, which is also unfortunate for a lot of these teams because, you know, taking these central positions just aren't working out as much as they might have liked. I think S2G is a clear example of this for the majority of their games. Even there on Sanhok, they had a strong position, but eventually had to leave it because the circle demanded that they go out towards that side of the map.
Plane path for this map going over Yasnaya down towards near Quarry on the southwestern side. Fairly kind, I would say. I think there's really not too many positions that you can't get to. I mean, even military islands, you can drop around those roads near Shelter, grab some vehicles sent down there to Novo, or drop out south of Pachinki and grab some vehicles, head to the base, if you so choose. But there's always those backup drops, I'm sure.
Yeah, for MADBULLS, they'll be happily situated down towards Primorsk with this plane path. I think for this team, this is probably one of their, I don't want to say worst days to date, but I'm sure they've had worse elsewhere. But
this is not looking amazing for them. Yes, they're getting towards the end game, but there have been several positions where you look at it and you go, MADBULLS are going to win this game, 100%. There's no doubt in my mind, but then something miraculous happens for another team, or they're dismounted and they can't take the fights as well as they usually would. So I would say that for them right now, with 2 games left on the day, it's one of the more difficult times to pull out something fantastic, pull out a performance that really does look good. But it's do or die time for a team like this when you're going into the final 6 matches tomorrow. You don't want to be in a case where OZAROX is currently breathing down your neck if you're MADBULLS, where FLUX and HVVP are currently duking it out, but they're duking it out at the top of the hill at the moment.
I mean, especially coming in as top seed from Western Europe. It's not a station that becomes you, but OZAROX need to continue that run. And from northeast side on this game, Stalba, it's diametrically opposed to where the circle falls on the first, and MADBULLS have a really nice backstop on Primosk for it.
Yeah, they can certainly play from this position. They can certainly get some good things done from here. FLUX opting to, instead dropping in Kameshki and Stalba, head over towards South George, just underneath the guys from HVVP, who are also still looking for those average points, those decent points per game. But HVVP is a team that have shown us that, yes, they might not be getting those massive pop-off games as we saw in Miramar all the time, but they're certainly not letting up when it comes to putting those points in the bag and then moving on to the next game. And I think that a lot of times that's all that matters. I don't think we've seen a game in quite a while during this championship where HVVP have left that match empty-handed.
Potential trouble on the bridge of the military island as the DENİZBANK Wildcats getting away from Pioneer. X-Ray will be taken down. Izumitsu,
Nice.
really solid taps there from the Mini 14. Thought X-Ray was going to for sure get to cover the wall there, but Havlik can roll on down. And the rest of the DENİZBANK Wildcats will not have position or supplies to challenge this at all. And they're trapped under the bridge.
I mean, this is a fairly simple thing for Pioneers to predict with the amount of times that Wildcats have sent down this way. They've had to drop out nice and early, so if Pioneer could grab those vehicles quick enough and get into position, they play just to the north side of this bridge anyway, they could catch out potentially the Wildcats. And as they were making their way over towards Sosnovka military base without the help of vehicles, which were handily taken away by the guys from Pioneers, this has set themselves up for a cheeky 4 eliminations right at the start of the game.
And Blank, we've talked about how QODEX have got themselves in the conversation, right? That's been a big part of what we've seen from them in the last 2 games. But Pioneer are pretty much level with them. At the start of this game, I think it was 2 points between them. Pioneer on 128, QODEX on 130. But putting those on the board brings them up to 130. Likely that they're going to be able to pick up 1 or 2 more as well, as you say, 4 points. This is a team that is also very much in with a chance of snagging that 3rd place spot.
There is so many teams below MADBULLS that are still clawing towards the top side of those tables. There's still potential for them as well, and I think that is what's so magical about this championship so far. FLUX will just drown out, opt not to give those points across. But it is what's so magical so far about the championship is that there have been so many teams that continue to show their determination and fervour in these matches to go as far as they can. And I think that you're seeing some of these teams towards the tops maybe not able to always have these dominant positions, not always have these dominant games, and just shining when they get positioned with the circle, when they're able to win out some hard-fought fights and then go from there. But there's still opportunity for a lot of these guys to make things happen. Here's one of those crates that you will have seen a lot of times in the breaks, which give you a fair amount of loot. You know, getting a syringe and a medkit from one little box is fantastic.
I would say it borders on poggers, Blank, you know?
I know.
What do you think about that?
I think it's good.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think I agree. I agree. Pretty sure on that one. FLUX on South Georgia Bowl will be playing fairly split. 1 in the crates, 3 over in the town. Actually, Solke moving a little bit further south than that as well. HVVP in North George going to have to choose a bridge to cross on. They could head all the way out to Cube if they wanted to move further south, but they will have to move south.
Still time, though, to make that crossing. They don't have to go too quickly. And with full control over North Georgia, you'll have all the vehicles that you want, all the loot that you'd want as well before moving their way downwards. FLUX might be a team that they'll want to keep an eye on. There's QODEX, Woodson taking all the way to the top ground in Galata. Able to look out towards any team around them. It really does provide a very good outpost down towards the coastal side. It used to be that you'd play this position and there was a shack off towards the, I think it's just east of here actually, where most teams would play looking downwards. But now this really does give you a very defensible spot, a place to really take your sight lines to the next level with a huge amount of high ground to play from.
It's very difficult as well to challenge it as high ground. It's basically the same as one of those really tall cliff tops that we saw HVVP dominate on from Miramar, right? That's kind of the same sort of value that it affords you. Unfortunately, it's a little bit further away from distinct finishes, likely, for this circle, but they can control those southern rotation paths.
I mean, yeah, it gives you some kind of defensive capability, which is what a lot of people were yearning for down towards that coastal side. You got caught on those cliffs, and it was basically just a matter of crawling and clambering your way along the rocks, hoping that someone didn't spot you in the meantime. So this gives decent place. And we have seen some finishes down there before. And I am curious how easily teams will find it assaulting that building. I mean, trying to get up those stairs just in the first place, the amount of teams over to just throw mollies, keep you at bay. And if that is where the circle finishes, goodness me. I mean, if you're a team trying to attack that and there's a full 4-man squad in there, I don't know what you do.
Although, to be fair, if you take the ground floor, do you need to take the upstairs? You could, as long as you're holding them up there, you could use them almost as an extra arm of your own team to control the teams pushing in towards you, and you just hold out the ground floor.
Just let them rot below, being the ghoulish bodyguards that they are. But yeah, that could work out. That could 100% work out. Right now, though, for QODEX, they are sending Money Kent out wide, looking for the yellows potentially, to give them a better place to play from. Maybe a more comfortable position. Again, scouting does have to be done, and yes, Galata, we have talked about how beautiful and the high ground it gives you, but at some point you will have to move away from this position, as not a load of rotations will be coming directly past it.
Len trying to scout out the top floor of it. Teams moving central. It looks like southwest of Pachinki Hills. I mean, they're strong, right? Why wouldn't you go for them? S2G going to be holding the majority of it right now. SURREAL on the edge of it. HVVP moving down south. They get the circle pop up to the northwest, so it will move away from the tower. Not going to be seeing that dominating the battlefield. And HVVP might even look to move back up to the compounds that they just left.
I mean, there's a massive potential there, right? Underneath the south side of Everest is a good position to be. The high ground slowly slopes up that way as well, so you get to look down towards a lot of these teams, but you're seeing a huge amount now start to move through from school. And you know what's very, very cool about this is the way that the lobby has developed, with 8 teams coming from either side of Western Europe and Turkey, but they're starting to feel one another out a lot more now. And so these rotations are coming through. They're feeling a lot more safe as everyone identifies the rotational paths that are optimal coming into the circle without losing members. And we're starting to see a lot more of a squabble towards the middle in the late game, as there are much more teams still remaining.
FLUX taking the top of Everest right now. HVVP scouting out Kitsune towards some of the compounds there. But even leaving a duo on the south side to face off MADBULLS on that southwest edge. Maybe that's really what they're looking at. They can keep them down. I mean, they weren't able to beat them out over in Western Europe. Maybe they're trying to make sure that they can get ahead of them when it comes to the European Championship.
Very close to, though. Very, very close, minus those bonus points. I think that teams were hugely close to. I think it was a difference of 2 points overall without those bonus points involved.
Yeah.
So HVP were definitely close to taking that title over in Western Europe. MADBULLS were
Honestly, deservedly taking that that final though, because they did look so unbelievably strong over in Western Europe throughout the entirety of the tournament as well. There wasn't really too many downswings for them at all. HVP though, it is quite an aggressive split. You know, they've got Gatka as well as the south compound up towards Everest, and 2 players down towards that south side on the road. They're holding a lot of area, scouting a lot of area. You'd imagine come through on that next circle, they'll decide on a position to play. Most likely where Matic and Tixi are currently playing. I think this would be the ideal position to be able to hold, but that also relies on the circle heading down this way.
I feel like the position Kitsune's in right now might even be... I feel like that's their other option, right? If it doesn't go down south.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as he can hold it off from FLUX, who might also look for that spot.
Yeah, who are currently holding up on Everest, so they're trying to split themselves up that way. And you're right, yeah, that's another option. It's a good option, but this would be the ideal one. With the rooftops and the amount of open ground around them that they can control from this spot, it would be better for them if the circle came down towards the southwest side. But the fact that they have options now makes them much more of a formidable team within this circle itself, because they're most likely going to be in position the quickest than anyone. The only thing they don't really have options for is the eastern side of the map.
MADBULLS also on a very wide split, not really entrenching themselves this stage. Skills is down south, Effect moving up further north and actually going to scout out one of the very strong Everest Foothills compounds. The next circle comes through. It will leave all of it behind. We're going to Pochinki Blank.
At the very least, at least HVP can find where those cracks in the armor of the circle are. And I think for Kitsune, maybe that's a position they would like to rotate through, kind of get the drop on the guys from FLUX. In the meantime, MADBULLS are going to take their opportunity, take their moment to swiftly rotate through the flat fields down towards Quarry side, which gives them speed and alacrity as they head towards Pochinki.
Everybody starting to careen on in those fields out to the sides of Pochinki. Always a difficult barrier. In comes the crash. BEŞİKTAŞ with a player up top. Zesi trying to force on in the ground floor. SURREAL looking for backup as the cavalry arrives. Shots ringing out from both of these teams. A regroup coming in from BEŞİKTAŞ as well. Son HP, Zesi playing around on the ground floor. Pieces already down, so up in the fight for SURREAL. Out goes Jetgill for a little bit of a knock and a spray. Will go good for one, but Enjoy steps on in. Unfortunately, there is still off angles to deal with. Confirms the flush. Teammates falling in the meantime. SURREAL down to 3. And BEŞİKTAŞ, they've been taken down as MUERTE come on in for a third party on the northern point of Pochinki. And nade on in. We'll be able to do the job. SURREAL now have another team to try and fend off against. There's teams waiting in the wings. TJB potentially looking at a third party here. Unicorns a lot further north, but the striker around the side looks for the first spray. Dadaev into the side room and stays alive with the MUERTE on 4.
Looking for a better position. I mean, posting up here is really good for any team that's able to hold on to this. MUERTE really looking to finish out this fight with 4 players still alive, but already losing 1 means that being able to hold this position is a little bit harder. TJB split off towards Church. They have high ground to look down towards. HVP maybe was opting to try and go for a northern rotate on Rozok's side and come down through School, but with the circle shifting down towards the south once again, maybe just passing through those headshot hills, just the south side of S2G, currently holding in Watertown. Optimal idea.
Nade going on in from SURREAL. MUERTE, they crashed on in. It looked like they had the numbers. TJB's influence over the fight has really slowed things down. Striker falling. Here's the footsteps drop. Nades continue to pour on through. Archon close by, but it's the nade from Beast that finds one, and another drops in from Timber to take down Dadaev. Sprays in from Flykeeper. Looking like they're not quite going to land. Goes for one, actually strafes onto the second. Looks for the sprays and the flushes as well. Just wants the point. A nade in. Flykey hops out the window yet again. And one more challenge lays in his path. But Timber is low, burning away as well. Fuel to the fire as Flykey pushes on in for first aids and pops one.
Has the medkit to work with, but understands he's got little time to go for the full duration on that cast. So as she gets towards the top side, we'll move straight up the stairs with the DBS. Too much to handle.
But in the meantime, SURREAL
has been taken down to 1. This is a position that is really, really important to hold in this next circle as it pops. If TJB can't win it, they can't win any game blank. I'm calling it now. They are right slap bang in the center on a massive position.
Yeah, this is a huge spot for them. They control the entirety of the high ground. They even have scouts out towards that eastern side looking at teams who are making their way in. And so many teams have kept seeing things under wraps, quite secret as they're moving in at the moment on the edges of these circles. MADBULLS, though, able to find a good outpost here down towards the south side of Pochinki. OZAROX stuck in the trenches at the moment.
Close by, and remember, these are two teams duking it out for a pivotal spot. MADBULLS 3rd place currently, but OZAROX very much are knocking on the door to be let in to that PMGC spot. Similarly, HVVP and FLUX, both teams looking to take home the 40k and the glory of 1st place from the Europe Championship.
Maxman going for TJB and Jason with a Unicorns of Love prediction on that northeast side. Potential for Unicorns of Love, but the performance that they've been able to put up today maybe wouldn't give you that same kind of confidence. Matic does go down to them, though.
Does get knocked and flushed out as well. That one actually being taken away. S2G actually taking the fight on the north side, and another of HVVP falls down, so potential for FLUX to ladder out a lead. Tixi gonna get rolled down. 2 players alive for HVVP. They will leave it as a duo. They're not really gonna be able to challenge here. Kitsune and Meku moving forwards.
The guys from HVVP kind of switch gears now. They go from the chicken dinner HVVP towards the placement points HVVP, which is how they tend to play these games out, and it's fair play. Again, this is a team that doesn't want to go home on a game empty-handed. Kitsune spotted by S2G, though. Kelsey finding this angle.
We'll be able to land a little bit, quite a lot of damage actually, rather. The vehicle taking heavy punishment as well as Kitsune puts it up, but Icy puts him down. That is really unfortunate. Meku now solo for HVVP.
Just has to send away, but there's not many safe areas within this circle. So open. Kitsune is flushed. Meku found by Hamzi as well. That's them going down with 0 eliminations and 0 placement points. The worst game to date here for HVVP. In a critical moment of their run, FLUX still going as well.
Certainly a 2nd place guaranteed for them to stay in this game, unless MADBULLS strike out hard or OZAROX with an absolute flaming game. But both of their positions right now, not ideal for the current scenario.
Vehicle exploded in the face of Kelsey. Hamzi tries to get in. Rookie can't quite finish that shot on towards him, but he goes extremely low. We'll send a grenade over the top, but I don't think that's in range. Just a little bit too far, and Hamzi will get through that heal. Medkit, in fact, so he's good to go.
Kamikaze straight on in, up and into the fight. S2G want to rebuff it, but they're being suppressed from the line. The ridge line for New Worlds is strong, and Molotov over the top forces them back and further into the sightlines for the back line of New Worlds. It's good utility usage. Kamikaze playing that forward position nicely. Rookie, though, under pressure as Razy steps out for the spray. Kelsey knocked in the meantime. 2 players active on the defense, but in comes the push. New Worlds looking to roll it on over. 1 goes down, but there's a player by the buggy. Silas steps up. A huge hitter for the team, but cannot quite weather the storm. All 4 of New Worlds stay alive. Both of them should be resable, and the circle pops up north towards them.
This is great news for New Worlds. They clear out one of the heaviest competition over towards this side of the map. FLUX still desperately holding out the guys from Pioneer, but it is still a 3v4 on that edge side of the map. MADBULLS with a very strong position in Pochinki. TJB on the only teams that has oversight over towards them, but they're now making the most out of this position. Moneyken stealing points away from the MADBULLS at the moment towards VP.
You take them where you can. QODEX down to 2. You want to continue this run, you need to be slurping up all the points you can see. Need to be on the swivel. TJB holding out all of these teams now. GG in the foothills of the church, praying that they don't get spotted. It's going to be a hard push. OZAROX probably with the toughest time of it, but instead of going straight forwards, they can just swing out wide. It might go well for them. Oh, shots coming in.
Bad timing.
TJB are there, and in comes the crash. MADBULLS on the ground floor. Skills is, as you say, getting knocked at a really bad time. Effect challenges for 1, but will get flushed. MADBULLS on the 2 on the roof. OZAROX playing with all four. Noxbomb and Storm, both down, but are in some cover. Zerich, looking to cook a nade, wants to put the cannon amongst the pigeons. That's a huge nade! Getting a lot of damage in there for Zerich, and the MADBULLS can try and keep going with it. A lovely nade around the side, and that should get at least one flush. Skills has one's cooking as well, wants to put more in. Slows the push, nade to the outsiders. In comes the push, and Skills deals the death blow. MADBULLS with 2, take down OZAROX.
Really good nade there, and it wasn't even the one that took them down. It's just Zerich tossing one out the window, which forces OZAROX to hold that side of the door, in which case Skills is able to just swiftly and cleanly move around the side. Kind of unfortunate. Monkey held onto that wizard tower for a little bit too long, in my opinion, and as soon as GG came in, it was practically over. And we said before that TJB were the ones with the oversight. They were going to cause problems for the MADBULLS themselves, and they absolutely did. It was the worst timing for a player to go down upon high as OZAROX decides to crash in.
Not ideal. Losing effect for it as well. Down to 2 for the MADBULL. Or TJB. So we'll have to continue if they can't get him up as 3. Which looks like it's unlikely, but there's a nade over towards SURREAL to isolate that position and potentially prove to be stronger. Rip 7 down for GG. And we'll have to survive just that moment longer. Those southeast teams, sorry, from Pochinki, really, really struggling. Pioneer with 4 on the outside, Unicorns of Love on a 3-player split.
I mean, 5 nades in the hand of Zerich. He can bombard this wizard tower all day long. Another one goes through, and he moves off to the side whilst they're trying to avoid these nades. Really good evasion here. Unfortunately, don't have Monkey, the master nader himself.
Nade from Zerich goes in yet again. Pioneer are struggling in the face of Icy. On the other side. TJB with 2 players down now. Moneyken playing forwards. Oh dear. A nade from Moneyken finds 2, and TJB's position crumbles in front of them. In front of their very eyes. They had such a strong position, but QODEX have been allowed to push on up. Skills is actually maybe the ones to slow them down instead of TJB, but 2 players alive now for TJB, and they want revenge. Vito spotted on the hillside. Lin sprays it down, gets that point. Moneyken close by, but Skills is pushing up behind. You need to be careful. It's a pincer. It's so hard to deal with. Skills wants the challenge behind the smoke. Moneyken should hear this. Zerich is there as well for the 1-2 trade, should it go that way, but the nade from Moneyken, he's been brutal with him before, puts one in, but gets a little bit of damage sent back his way. TJB hesitant to push on.
Zerich has to hit this one. It goes high. Does it explode correctly? No, it does not. Smoke's absolutely everywhere. MADBULLS realize they have to leave this one. Moneyken, an absolute monstrous force in the face of a lot of teams, and he finds them. He's going to take the shots as well, and Zerich tries to get out of the way.
Oh, you've got to make it. Oh, you have to hit those a little bit earlier, Moneyken, but squeaky bum time is over. There's a player in the church that you have to worry about in the meantime, though, and it will not be easy. Moneyken does fall. Lin picked up. This can't be how Jason wins a prediction for Unicorns of Love.
I mean, Unicorns are down to 3, and there's still a chance for MADBULLS to get both their players up. With TJB taking down Moneyken, they thought that they were still fighting with just QODEX alone, so don't expect perhaps the players there from MADBULLS, who have laddered up to 4th place at the moment. DENİZBANK WILDCATS still going.
All 3 death predictions are still in it. If DENİZBANK WILDCATS go down, it is a battle for the analyst desk prediction in the final circle.
Good molly. It's a decent molly. Unicorns of Love are playing fairly aggressively here, and there's still nades from the MADBULLS that can be sent through, and there's shots coming from all over. Zerich most likely will go down, but they missed the spray, and Skills is looking strong.
Now in a 1-versus-1 on the duel with the spray, needs to hop out of the vehicle and get some help. MADBULLS do go down, but it's just Icy now. In a 1-versus-2, in a turn of fate, Maxman might be in with a prediction win here. Nade up towards the top, TJB. Oh, lovely nade. That is so important. Icy now looking to stick this res, and TJB put themselves in a 2v2. Unicorns hold center circle.
Xiao has no clue. He's sending nades off to the side, expecting the flank to come through. But now Icy, as well as Crypto, the 2 biggest hitters of the team, going toe-to-toe with Xiao and Lin. How likely is it they're able to win this out? Still going for the res as well. This is so dangerous.
Oh
Such bad timing. The shotgun has to be clutch.
It has to be, and it is. Oh, they find the first. The res came through as well, so it's 2 barrels against 1. Lin can go for the heal now. Has that first aid, was dropped over before. They need to push because the blue zone is at their back, and Xiao with TJB are looking to close it down. 6 eliminations, their first chicken dinner. You said you wanted to see it all along, a performance from them, but Icy is going to stand in their way. Playing on the edge, lays down the line of smokes and forces TJB around the side. DBS and the auto shotty in play. Flashbangs over the top, trying to dazzle Icy. Will be good for one. That was right on the money. Icy is completely blind and finally fades away, but it's good. TJB rolls on around, and the Unicorns of Love are taken down. Not today. And it is TJB for a performance that they needed so desperately, but is it too little too late for this team? Is that the one flash in the pan there for TJB? As it has happened so many times before, it's the thing that you wonder about here, John, because it's happened so frequently for TJB where they have these single game step-ups, and again, they had a ridiculously good position in the circle to begin with. MADBULLS were also able to go far, which is very, very good for them and 100% needed. I think that if maybe Skills's didn't have all that foliage in his face, maybe he could have done a little bit more. He was somewhat guessing, and even guessing he was able to find one of the elims.
Yeah, absolutely. He was able to do so much for TJB's effort in towards the end, but a good late game from MADBULLS to try and push them up past HVVP. A good late game from Unicorns of Love to keep them in the running for potentially challenging in that 3rd spot. And TJB with a cracking game. But from the bottom of the tables, you've got to think, is that going to eat enough into that charge?
Yeah, I think that, you know, for MADBULLS as well, that game, it's a little bit better. It feels a little bit more like MADBULLS, but still some mistakes are being made. And I don't think the MADBULLS of old would have let TJB get away with that angle down towards them so just easily, honestly, John.
Potentially not. But Jason is denied once more. Pipped to the post by Maxman this time.
PUBG Mobile players, welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Want to know whether Lady Luck's on your side? Then let's give the Lucky Backpack skill a try. It gives the backpack the ability to convert items into another item of the same type, and also increases the default load of the backpack. Struggling to find a scope to replace during a match? For all we know, Lucky Backpack may just be the solution for you. When you can't find the equipment of your liking or lack suitable attachments, you can always try your luck with Lucky Backpack to convert items you have into something else. Of course, this randomized conversion only occurs within the same item pool, and not all attachments can be converted. You can also help your teammates by converting for items that they need too. The Lucky Backpack skill is suitable for large maps where it takes time to search for supplies, such as Erangel. As for players who prefer gearing up, this skill is a pretty decent choice. Apart from Lucky Backpack, other skills can also bring you more surprises in unpredictable matches. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Come and experience it for yourself. See you next time.
Go, TJB. That's what I'm talking about here. A big win coming through, making me extremely happy. Not because I predicted them, but because Maxman did and Kalaris didn't. That means that lead, the prodigy that Kalaris calls himself, is gone. Maxman, you have tied him up. You are on the precipice of greatness. How does it feel?
I don't know why you're so hyped, because I think you just gave up on yourself at this point.
I'm not here to win. I'm here to watch Kalaris lose.
We have a participation prize at the end. Don't worry. It'll be fine.
It's a great prize.
Yeah.
Also, I never call myself a prodigy. Anyway, continue.
Oh, well, TJB, a fantastic win. We can see here that we have a 5-5 tie between you two and me on a perfect record so far.
It's not infinity. They'll come back eventually. But hey, are you trying, Jason? Is it fine?
Doesn't matter. I've won enough points in my lifetime of prediction games. But TJB, a massive victory for them. As you can see, 22 points, but it's not going to be enough, though, for them to really push up the leaderboards. They need to have continuous games like this if they want to have a chance. But Kalaris, the position they had, you were talking as you were walking in here to the studio, it's a game they should have won, and they did win.
Yeah, a good vantage point against all of the teams, not only coming from Pochinki, but also even coming from the north side where those hills are, where Unicorns Love were, which technically, actually, they got a lot of points. All three of our predictions, finishing in the top 3, was quite impressive considering Unicorns Love had a great spread. I think they controlled the north side well. MADBULLS played a bit of a salvage situation.
Just didn't want to die this game. No, they were just like, oh, res back up, Astro. Fight again, lose one, res back up.
If it wasn't for Money Ken, that could have been a completely different game for them, I think.
Because then it would have turned into a 2v2 them versus TJB. And if they take the angle from TJB, I mean, we saw what happened, right? It could have been a MADBULLS potential win, but they just tried to avoid that fight. But man, those point-blank nades from MADBULLS are just like, just MADBULLS can do those.
What a defense of a breach, right? Like, when you're kind of in a 2v4 scenario, there to be able to hit those nades and constantly keep the pressure on against OZAROX, I think very, very good stuff.
Oh, we did see here again, Moneyken. He's actually overtaken. Well, he actually almost goes down from this because he doesn't seem to connect the shots. But Moneyken's overtaken the entire lobby when it comes to top eliminations here, Max, and that's quite impressive. Again, he was super quiet for what feels like 2-3 weeks straight when it came to Western Europe. And for him to show up now when his team needs him the most is fantastic.
I think before this game, he was 2 to 3 limbs before anyone else, but it was an absolute mess towards the end. They did good for the res. People are just trying to scout, don't get the information. It's all over the place, but luckily enough, TJB get it, and I'm tied. And your prophecy of being above me is not yet become reality.
One game left, you know. I'll get 3 out of the 4.
Exactly, I do know, and I know it's not going to happen.
Okay.
What about Crypto, though? We were watching that one. We're obviously going to talk about TJB in a second. But Crypto jump punching over that ridge. Klaus, you were not a fan of that play.
No, definitely not. I mean, the thing is that when you're going to go over that ridge, you need to be guns ready. Because where else are they going to be trying for that res? It has to be there. I think a slight slip and mishap from Crypto there to be utilizing that maneuver when you get up to that ridge line.
It's similar to when you're jumping out of window, right? And you're doing that leap animation. You can't shoot during that time. Same when you're jump punching, you just can't fight back in that time. It was a risky play from TJB because they went for the res. If they get pushed just a few seconds earlier, then you're just going to get absolutely gunned down. So it was a close call. It could have been a Unicorns of Love win. It could have been a TJB win. In this case, it was TJB, but it was, as I said, a little bit all over the place.
Was it Crypto that had the MG3 as well? It was, right?
I think it was.
Because I see had the Bison. Because the thing is that the MG3, if you come over that ridge line and they're rezzing, you're gone. They're not going to be surviving that. But yeah, unfortunate for him.
Well, I've never seen Max so invested into a match as we saw here, watching back in our green room.
Gamer position.
He wants to catch up.
Full gamer position, watching TJB take this home. But you can see it wasn't GK first to lead the charge for his team. We saw Lin and Zhao work really well together as well towards the very end. Some off angles provided by Lin to allow them to actually take this victory in the end.
I think I mentioned this a little bit towards the end, actually, of PMPL Western Europe, where Xiao seemed to be doing a little bit more work in the finals of PMPL Western Europe. At the start, it was a lot of Lin, it was a lot of GK first, Tingskre and Xiao after PMWI, still trying to potentially mesh with the team, and especially the region, right? It was their first time playing in PMPL Western Europe, but it feels like they're a little bit more comfortable. They're still not doing great in this tournament, but it takes time to build the synergy of old they used to have.
Yeah, well, let's actually take a look of TJB up against Unicorns Love with their stats, because it was extremely close at the end, as we did see. But do the stats reflect that? We're going to see it here. Unicorns Love putting out more eliminations, more damage. But again, I feel like that's kind of going to happen if Unicorns Love get to the late stage when you have TJB sitting inside the church.
The setup that I usually kind of come to expect from Unicorns Love was almost in full swing. You saw as they were kind of even going into some of those later circles when they were 4 alive, a 2-1-1 split to try and seal out people from the north side. And I've said it many times in Western Europe, Unicorns Love is great when they're able to flex out, create almost this net-like formation and be able to bully other teams as they're trying to approach the circle or are in a precarious position in the circle, but didn't quite get fully rolling in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're really good at having just all these different angles in the finish, right? Just spread out as much as they possibly can. But I think especially for them, what gave them a chance for that chicken dinner was when they rocked up to their little ridge. If they don't do that and they allow TJB to just heal up potentially and just get back as a 2-man squad and take full control of the ridge, they can't push it there. They push it perfectly at the right time so they can have a living chance to take that fight. But then we saw what happened, an absolute mess at the end, but it still worked out for TJB. But a good fight from Unicorns of Love in what is a relatively hard position to hold.
What about Unicorns Love stats, actually, their players? Can you tell me without looking at the screen here, Max?
No.
Of course, he's honest. We're going to take a look at their player stats in this last match. Actually, going to be Icy with 7 eliminations here and Crypto with 2. Now, I don't remember who they lost on that northern side. We were talking about Cloris when they were doing that 2-1-1 spread. That they lost their player up towards the north, and it wasn't from the team they were fighting. We think some other team actually shot one player down.
They had one knocked, and then Pioneer finished it off, right? Was it?
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that does cause them a little bit more ruckus when they're trying to move on into the further moments in the game. But again, you know, it comes with that playstyle, with that kind of casting a wide net, trying to make sure you're locking a lot of people out. And sometimes you do lose 1 or 2 on that move.
And at this point, I think we've seen them perform on that pretty much every battleground, right? We saw them get a Sanhok win, we saw him get himself a Miramar win also, I think it was yesterday. Now they get themselves some decent results on Erangel. So they pretty much got every battleground down to maybe not a T, but they definitely get some good performance on them every once in a while, which is a good to see for this team.
Yeah, and obviously overalls will be a major factor of this, but we're not going to look at it just yet. We're going to leave you guys wondering and guessing who will be the top team at the end, but we can say things are getting extremely close, and there's only, what, 7 matches left to go here. Top 3 at the end of tomorrow. We'll be going to PMGC, and the rest will unfortunately have to watch it from home. Okay, we're gonna see it. We're gonna see it. I want to keep you guys, you know, guessing and not sure, but production's like, no, Jason, let's be nice to the audience here. HVVP in 2nd place at 173 points. Unicorns of Love, though, 5th place, 146.
Slow and steady rise is working out great for Unicorns of Love. They are in reach now. 1 pop-off game, I would say 1 chicken dinner here, and they're not in that top 3 race currently. They still need a little bit more, but they're in a position where tomorrow, with the amount of matches still left remaining, there's a chance it could happen.
I can see here on the 2nd page, though, New Worlds 128. New Worlds, unfortunately, after performance yesterday, they've been a little bit lackluster today. We need to see them step it up here if they want to have a chance, and TJB finally do move into 14th, but 88 points. I mean, they have 40 points to go to catch up to 9th place, and then even more to go to get top 3. So it's going to be tough for them, but you know what? At least they'll have some more chances in the future if they can't do it here. Let's head back to our commentators, though, to kick off our final match here of day 3 with John and Blake.
One more game for today, then we're at the 3/4 mark. Of course, everyone talks about the 50% mark, but you know what?
Mute?
I think it might be from my side onto not on the stream again. It's just our own personal call that we have going on so that we can hear each other. That's right. Oh, okay. That's all I'm getting, apparently. But yeah, heading over towards Miramar now. And I don't know what you said. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. It wasn't very important.
Okay, good. Good news, good news. I mean, the big thing for me is that HVP now have broken triple digits in terms of placement points, so still setting up topside. I'm still curious to see where a FLUX will be able to hold on to this position in 1st place. And not only 1st place, I do wonder with the amount of teams that are starting to really, you know, put the heat on. You know, they're starting to really hit that maximum temperature now in the tournament. Do they even stay in the top 3? I think maybe, potentially, most probably, but there's always that fun little idea that keeps. I keep thinking about it, John. I keep thinking about it.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment they're sat 30 points ahead of 4th place, right? Which is OZAROX. Esports, who are sat 20 points behind MADBULLS in 3rd place. So there is a 10-point difference between 1st and 3rd right now, but that gap does lengthen as you drop down from that point on. But as the guys over on the desk were saying, for teams like Unicorns of Love, OZAROX, QODEX, even S2G and PIONER, there is still very much enough time left for them to be in that 3rd position.
100%, right? And I think those 30 points, yeah, they look good. They look fantastic. They are still ahead, but there have been so many teams today that have put up massive amount of numbers in terms of additional points here and there. And FLUX, they're making do. They're getting by. Again, only 7 more matches to go, including this one into tomorrow. I think you might be right that it will be hard to catch up to them, but there is a world. There's certainly a world with how competitive this lobby is as well. I worry for all 3 of them at the top. I think any one could be knocked down, knocked out if they don't continue performing the way that they currently are. HVVP up towards La Coperia at the moment. MADBULLS over in El Pozo, BEŞİKTAŞ heading over to Al-Azhar at the moment. And you've also got you boys from SURREAL dropping in Los Leones, hoping to hold on to one of their players this time around.
Would be ideal. You know, not dying is in general more favorable in most scenarios than the alternative. MUERTE and Picado, no one challenging. No one hot right now, as S2G still play their split. S2G, I think maybe they haven't learned their lesson from before, but this time at least have players in the general vicinity of one another, so they can get into position should one of them fall down and be able to pick them back up, get them on their feet. MADBULLS keeping it fairly centric over here, all the players together. Not wanting to lose anyone this early on. I think they really did have a massive chance over in that Miramar, and they did let it slip away. And it's affected them quite a lot throughout the day because it felt like they were the ones who were really chasing down FLUX at the top and the ones to beat them. But HVVP came out of nowhere and have set their marks during today in these games.
Potential little scuffle on the north side of Picardo between S2G Outpost and MUERTE, but not close enough to be super worrisome right now for either team. QODEX, of course, do have a close position onto Picardo Circle Center, and probably going to be looking to hold onto that. Defend it from everybody who's going to be moving south fairly soon.
On board with FLUX at the moment. I mean, I do give them a lot of grief, but I will say this is a strong team. This is a very strong team, and I'm actually glad to see them in the top 3 currently because they were so close and right on that precipice of dominating over in the Turkish finals. If they'd only found themselves a few more of those chicken dinners, only been able to eke out a couple of those first places, they might be the ones here now that would have come out of the finals just looking extremely strong, extremely powerful. Unfortunately, it's not meant to be, but they have fought very hard in the championships here for their PMGC place. The top 3 obviously going through to PMGC. S2G already have their placement, so do BEŞİKTAŞ in this lobby. GameLord have theirs, but will not be joining us for this championship for Western Europe. Yeah, I think that I wouldn't take anyone else other than the 3 teams at the top at the moment with the way they're playing. HVVP, MADBULLS, as well as FLUX.
It's consistency for me, right? OZAROX have shown they had a really weak day day 1. They've stepped up since and been able to put up some good results there. You were talking to me before about how you think they've made some pretty solid rotations, but you know, MADBULLS' consistency over the course of their regional stage. Hang on a minute. There's some sharks, there's some piranhas in the water. We'll come back to talking about MADBULLS, HVVP, and FLUX, because MUERTE, they got a player in trouble right now, Striker, dodging around. Crazy, clambering on up. It always looks so silly, but it looks like they don't know he's there. Okay, fair enough. Backed off, dropped down. Top rope.
He's done. Oh, he's just fallen all the way down. No!
So sad. Crazy.
Oh, you wait for the day for it to come back and bite them, and finally it does. This actually would have been a massively different situation if Silas and Hamzy had been able to get up there at the same time, because they were taking 2 different routes to ensure that, you know, they could have get the backstab on either side onto a player if they were up there. Unfortunately for them, Hamzy and Silas just cross on the stairs and knock each other down, in fact. So now S2G looking a little bit weird. It's a little bit of a funny scenario going on for them on that side, and Striker's just wondering what's going on himself.
I mean, they left HVP and MADBULLS, but they still lose a player early. They just can't catch a break on Miramar. Dear old S2G. It couldn't be at a more important time as well. 7th place on the overalls right now. 2nd highest elimination total, by the way, on 80 to FLUX's 87. Close up behind them is Unicorns of Love on 77. The field is fairly close at that point, but still been performing well in fight. But they just don't have the placements to back it up. They aren't surviving long enough.
Yeah, you look at S2G and it's comprised of some very, very good fraggers on the side of the team. And I think the way that I look at them, you know, with those 80 eliminations, it's both a curse and a blessing, right? Because I think that they're so confident in these fights that they maybe take them a little bit too often and when they don't need to. Whereas you look at a team like MADBULLS, and I'll just use them as a quick example, they're a team that will often just stay quite quiet on the edge, just quite silent, let teams pass them, get into a better position, and then take those fights later on when they're more meaningful, when they're going to mean that they get towards those upper placements inside the lobby.
That was fast from Moneyken. That is some unbelievable reaction speed.
Down on the ground, responds.
Smoke out straight away as well. I mean, that is just standard gameplay, but how fast he made it happen is pretty disgusting.
Vito peppering away with the suppressed Mini 14. Make it a little bit difficult to locate him, but as soon as they spot him on the side of the door, on the side of the building, they'll be able to answer with a volley. Round does go down. GG taking a knock. Not ideal. Pioneer, though, on the other side of this engagement.
Zenitsu having some flashy plays here and there throughout this tournament. Pioneer just don't feel like they have as much of an X factor as some of these other teams. I mean, QODEX as a team doesn't have a lot of X factor, but they have Moneyken.
Huh.
So
they have star
it's kind
power.
of okay. They have star power, right? So it's fine.
Yeah, they've...
This guy's flashing rainbow colors, looking like an unstoppable force.
They've been able to rely on him, right? Invulnerable, seemingly, in some of the fights we've seen him in. But Pioneer, I mean, they are still there on the tables. I mean, look, they're 8th place right now, fairly close fought to QODEX. They're only 6 points behind. They're very much in that middle field and one of the teams that has a chance still. So even if they're not cracking off crazy plays like Moneyken, they are still consistently there.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Pioneers. I don't have many complaints about this team, but the way I see it is that they're a competent PUBG Mobile team. But are they PMGC ready? I don't know. I don't think I would go as far to say that. And I think that's why it's so difficult to look at Pioneer, is because that is, as far as they look right now, is a competent team. They're not disappointing, but they're nothing to cry home about either.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying it during the Western Europe Championship. Pioneer is the 3rd place team. They're just quite solid, quite good. Never quite up in there among the top rungs. S2G looking to take down the MUERTE, doing efficiently. 1 and 2 as well,
over.
2 separate engagements. It is all over for Flucky and Ingush. Dalaev and Striker left standing. 2 players for the MUERTE after they leave Picardo to the south.
And I mean, this is what gets S2G in trouble. And you feel bad saying it, but look how easily they took that fight. And I think sometimes you can get a little bit overconfident, honestly. I think they might need to reassess that going into PMGC. But I think it's a good thing. I think if there's something you need to improve on is overconfidence and taking too many fights because you're so good at taking them and you feel like you could take on the world. And quite literally, they will be taking on the world over in PMGC. I don't think that's a really difficult thing to fix.
Folky near to Striker. Thinks he knows he's on the top floor. We'll put one in through the window, but not posted correctly. Return to sender. Striker puts the pin back in, and Folky knows he's on the top floor now. Falls away from the window. Another nade bobbles on through. The Striker evades it yet again. Flashbang down the stairs to slow things down. Wants to put a nade out, but in comes the push.
He's blind.
Holds out. Is he completely? He is. He managed to just slip on past, get to the new building, get away from the spray, but not quite. Zed Wolf threads it through the door frame, and Rip 7 finds the last. MUERTE tumble.
Yeah, MUERTE and GG have been battling it out over on Sanhok for a long while, and looks like they're taking that one over into Miramar as well. OZAROX rolling up. And again, this is why I like OZAROX, because a lot of times they'll take these edge positions and then you'll look at the map 2 minutes later and they will be towards the center in a fairly decent compound. Very good at scouting, very good at acknowledging where these areas are open inside the map and taking them quickly, even if that means they have to crash in. You saw it over towards MADBULLS. I think that was a position where, you know, there was really nowhere else for them to go and they had to make that play then. And it would have, by all means, usually worked out if it wasn't for the fact that MADBULLS are just so amazing when it comes to turning the tides on a lot of these fights.
I feel like OZAROX reminds me a little bit of Box from back in the day, how they would always just set up in a compound and try and play as strong as they could from there. At the moment, it seems like maybe they're going for that vibe.
Yeah, they're very good at holding down the fortress, right? You know, once they're able to get themselves situated, get the supplies on board, and set up the barrels on the windows, it's difficult to vacate them from that position. Next circle, though, will be popping soon. MADBULLS fairly towards the center, as are S2G, but both MADBULLS, New Worlds, TJB, HVVP on this southwest side will have to move in. S2G might consider getting even further towards the center of this lobby.
Vito currently holding a very, very central position for QODEX. Do they regroup on that or leave that outpost and potentially even regroup backwards? BEŞİKTAŞ moving fast on into the north side. GOODGUYS and OZAROX behind them on that queue. QODEX will be looking to seemingly play a 2-2 split. Everybody crunching in from that west side now. FLUX on the top will be there, but the MADBULLS are playing split across the road, so potentially just looking to slow play that position. Unfortunately, they've got two teams behind them.
This will be a case of, and it looks like they are just holding the roadside, so this could spell absolute doom for HVVP, but I think they smell blood in the water over there, not to go too close to it. Go over the top of Picardo instead, which is, with the way the circle's set up right now, I actually like this rotation. You know, it cuts out a lot of the action they might have been forced to take over on that western side.
And QODEX just pinched that elimination over onto BEŞİKTAŞ away. Enjoy drops a nade out the back there. 3 players to hold on the defense for the push from OZAROX. Nox looks to pump in the damage and will be able to do so very, very effectively. BEŞİKTAŞ then put on the swivel, and not in a good way. Heads are left spinning. Jaws are cracking. Sun HP, last standing for the squad. They moved in early, but OZAROX absolutely clamped down.
Old boy from VP taking shots over towards Pioneer as well. They're on the southwest side. Pioneer a little bit closer towards the circle, so this might be an opportunity for a decent crash. And now Sun HP, like I said, all on his lonesome, looking to battle it out versus OZAROX. But that Molotov just clips through the wall there and does the damage. Luckily for him, he's able to survive a bit longer, but not long enough.
Storm and the nades from the rest of the team.
HVVP.
OZAROX moving down. HVVP, you're right, they're making a move. And actually, hang on a minute, they're
Oh my
tail.
god.
it's like that scene in Monty Python, the Holy Grail. They're running up and they're going in, and then something gets thrown at them. They're like, run away, back across the field.
It's not worth it. Must retreat. OZAROX opting not to get too far into this circle so far after their initial engagement there with the guys from BEŞİKTAŞ, but I don't think that they're going to sit idly by for much longer. Maybe thinking to head down towards QODEX. And you mentioned Vito being a bit of an outpost, and this is what has got QODEX so many of these wins before, is being able to have these outposts, being able to have those options available to them, taking some very good compounds and then also giving themselves positions to rotate afterwards too. I'll be curious to see the predictions, and I mean, I hope Kalaris predicts QODEX. I hope he still believes. I mean, there you go. Vito's in a good spot, and now the rest of the team will head across and regroup with him.
Absolutely. It's a really solid position. Unfortunately, though, the south side of the road is more likely for the finish on this next circle after this one, which means that it's likely they're going to have to cross. So potential for them to even go a little bit further south to the buildings on the south side of the road early to try and hold that one down.
FLUX off in the distance. MADBULLS want nothing to do with it. It's been a few times where they have kept them locked down in prison outside the circle itself, not allowing them to get in, and instead MADBULLS opting to head down towards the roadside. A dangerous play, a bold play. I'll see if the strategy pays off.
MADBULLS begin their downward descent. The predictions do come through. Unfortunately, Kalaris goes for VP instead of QODEX as they regroup. Unicorns of Love trying to make it into the compound on the south side of the road in the center there, but losing one knock in the process. Fortunately, seems to be some cover for them to stay alive for now. MADBULLS in the meantime looking over towards TJB, embroiled in an engagement with Pioneer on the crash. GK first is down and it's just Xiao remaining. Pioneer holding very, very strong on this forward position. Black-White doing so much work with nades to slow down this aggression.
They hear it though.
They should do. There's only one left and they should be aware there is a snake in the grass. Xiao put down and TJB out of the misery.
MADBULLS looking to potentially third party onto this one, but there's not much to third party here. TJB were very lackluster on the approach into this engagement. Utility was used for Pioneer though, and they're out of position, supporting one another, so they don't have the most ideal of positions to hold people down. Skills moves out, gets back behind the ridge side, so won't open up those angles for Black-White just yet.
The MADBULLS typically looking to just evade these fights right now. Zerich, bold rotation close to the window there. Doesn't take any damage for it and gets past. Monkey sails on in effect, actually bears the brunt of it as he falls down first. For MADBULLS, they're trying to evade. They've moved to the south side and they are in the circle. They can hold out, but hang on a minute. From out of nowhere, who's this? It's FLUX coming in on the west edge.
MADBULLS being out on the side though, but it will be Pioneer's first to face. With MADBULLS further down towards the south side, this is comfortable to hold two teams within. Effect, unfortunately, not able to get into the building to bring it back up into play. Skills is on an idle flank at the moment, but might be able to make something good of it.
Ooh, Ketch survives his teammate, but has more to deal with. 1 and 2. Wow, huge position for Ketch, but is the backup there for FLUX? 2 of their players are down. They need to try and protect them for the flushes. Solke is going low, out in the zone, in the blue. Solus wants to try and push in. The last player now standing for FLUX. Pioneer have held out some really strong pushes. TJB moving in, followed by MADBULLS, followed by FLUX now. MADBULLS are still a problem, but Solus is looking to move forwards, try and get Ketch back up and into the zone. But Fash has other ideas. A nade over the top. It's looking good. Solus low, but repositions away. Solke stays alive somehow. Solus needs to stick the heel. Ketch will be falling here. And Solke can't cross this open ground either. FLUX eliminated.
2 players remaining now for the guys of Pioneer. MADBULLS have set themselves up nicely to attack any of these guys wanting to leave the compound. Sadly, they don't pick up any of these FLUX eliminations or points. They still have a good position in the circle. 0 eliminations isn't the best thing in the world, but with the way the circle has shifted down towards this south side, this gives them a pretty good springboard to actually get in towards the circle. In the meantime, HVVP taking heavy casualties, now down to just 2 players.
Important for them to be able to get points on the cards here, because remember how close the top of those tables are. 3 eliminations for FLUX, who are currently in first place, but only just. HVVP on the 1, so if they can outlast, if they can survive longer, would be absolutely incredibly useful, but the circle shifts away.
Pioneer dropping smokes in towards the window, deny those sight lines for the time being. It's a good play. Skills this is the flank. This is the one that they've waited for. He spent so much time setting this up, and this is where it pays off.
Pioneer, 2 players. Putting utility inside, through the top windows. Underarming it through. Out they go. They're trying to just leave from this engagement. S2G looking out this way, though. Will know where Fash is repositioning to. Monkey looks for the angle, but VIRTUS.PRO are chiming into the fight now as well. So much damage pouring out. Pioneer playing a 1-1 split. Izumitsu left on the back.
VP taking heavy shots towards Skills. Just about to get behind the shack here. Monkey falling to S2G, in fact. Left out in the cold for too long. Weren't able to get in. Izumitsu going for the heel, but just 1 first aid kit isn't going to cut it here.
Needs a vehicle. Spots the party bus, but thinks better of it. Skills has actually laid down Fash there on the front. I think that was the flush coming on through, so forward position for MADBULLS is good news. Tixi now left alone as well for HVVP on the northern side. Will have to make a pretty mad dash. Unicorns of Love having to move southwards as well. OZAROX somehow in the middle as well with their 2 players left. And on the south side, it's the DENİZBANK WILDCATS.
Some good rotations again from OZAROX, slowly clearing their way into this circle. Now find themselves with a bit of a ridge side to play in, a ditch to hunker down in. They don't have the most players in the world with just 2, but that's enough to get towards the end game. MADBULLS, for them right now, with HVVP also being in the lobby, but FLUX going down a little bit earlier, you know, this is about a 5th place. This is where they want to get to. There's a lot of teams here with a fair few players still alive, and you know, MADBULLS will have to go far. And when I say MADBULLS, I mean just Skillses, and he's right on the barest edge.
It's not ideal for them. OZAROX 4 eliminations. Tixi somehow has managed to sneak his way all the way through there. Under the watchful eye, well, not so watchful eye apparently, of Unicorns of Love. think they know someone's there. I think they caught glimpses of him, but they're preoccupied with S2G, with OZAROX as well. Those remaining duos. S2G will have to be pushing forward. SURREAL holding on the edge. It's all DENİZBANK Wildcats right now.
Yeah, they have such a good line at the moment. With this circle coming in, it's going to be very difficult to dismount. The Wildcats' position, Skills is also desperately close to danger here. There are shots coming through. Skills has dropped out wide, finds one from Silas. Will pick himself up an elimination in the process. The rest of S2G just have to leave him behind.
There's no way you can get that res at this stage with the circle moving already, pushing you in towards it. You know you just need to move forwards and try and put your best foot into it. Skills' position isolated and known now, though, to them, which means that they can be wary of it. Skills is repositioned away from the prying barrels of X-Ray and Lux, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. There is no cover for him there. HVVP did go down in the meantime as well. 3 points on the game for them, drawing completely level with FLUX, so no change at the top. MADBULLS going down and out as well means that how far can OZAROX go?
Hello?
And take that position. Oh, hang on a minute. Storm, hello. Gets one. Challenge now for Icy to try and get this first knock in the close quarters combat. Roll Kiss does go down and across the way. Oh my goodness me. OZAROX do fall now as well, which is great news for the MADBULLS. Unicorns of Love can start to keep going south, but they're being cut down in the open. The DENİZBANK Wildcats will not let them lie.
This position is just unbelievably strong. I think this is actually the position where Ryzen got the 1v3, by the way, in the bushes. Brings back good memories. Fortunately for Unicorns of Love, they're having bad memories created as we speak. Unable to get into the circle. Crypto has to quickly stand up tall, but Wildcats, will they let him get in? Finally makes his way to cover and does, in fact, get to the side. Maybe allowing Unicorns of Love to ladder up a little bit more, but only 3 eliminations. They'll be relying on big placement points here.
Unicorns of Love started on 146. If they can outlast another team.
SURREAL's looking like they're not going to last much longer.
It's going to be tricky. They were 3 points behind. Oh no, 3 points ahead of OZAROX, I believe, at the start of the game. So at the moment, this would put OZAROX 1 point ahead of the Unicorns of Love. No, OZAROX were 3 points ahead of them. I won't keep looking at the tables because there's more popping off here now. DENİZBANK Wildcats will eliminate SURREAL, and a ladder up for Crypto continues to add on to the tallies. S2G on the Western Front.
Crypto goes down next. Now just Wildcats and S2G. 2 players from S2G, and I feel like I've seen this before. A bit of deja vu coming through. These 2 players are very good. Hamzy and Kelsey, it's the players I'd want to finish off the game. And already one goes down, 2v3 now. This is not exactly how the Wildcats would like to finish this off. If they don't get the chicken dinner, it will be a crying shame, John.
This is great news for S2G, though, bringing themselves into a 2 versus 3. Unfortunately for them, they don't get the circle. It is fully under the control of the DENİZBANK Wildcats. There is quite a few ridges to play around here, though, so they can move, not freely, but relatively easier than they might have otherwise had to.
Swifts the grenade slightly. I think he wanted that to go higher. He's got none left now. Just Molotovs. They're getting fairly close to them, but again, difficult to take these shots. But if anyone can do it, it's Kelsey and Hamzy. Just the gun skill from these 2 guys alone has been fantastic. There is a nade there for Hamzy. You wonder how many he's got left, but this one has to hit.
Not gonna go on the money. X-Ray, you could see him down there on the off angle, covering a nice area and forcing the push really to go around that right-hand side on the side of the circle. X-Ray, he spots these people, he spots these players peeking. And he's biding his time. I mean, he doesn't need to strike yet. He needs to wait for them to commit to a push, but they do go around that right-hand side. Isolate a 2 versus 2. I mean, it's solid. It's probably the right call to make. Kelsey forwards now as Defo X pops out with the UMP. Doesn't really land too much damage. Hamzy did get taken low in the back line, but Boren is taken even lower himself. Will try and keep that suppression going, but the bullets are going to start to run dry. The reload from Hamzy could prove to be pivotal. Actually, looking to get a heal off as well. Boren should be back up to fighting fit form, and X-Ray now pushes in for the flank, wants to be a part of this fight. You can't let it go to a 2 versus 2, and they know that. A regroup comes through, and the DENİZBANK Wildcats take the final chicken dinner today.
Really good regroup there from the Wildcats, but also just almost fantastic planning ahead there for S2G, because they realized the lay of the land, and the way that those two players on that side of Boran and Defoex were playing was corralling them, like you said, to push down that right side ridge into the sidelines of X-Ray. And I think they catch wind of that and instead go, let's just take the 2v2. So S2G, again, I will say that their team fighting is a little bit unrivaled, but it's been a long while now, John, that we've seen them go for these full 4v4s. They just lose so many players as they move into these circles, taking so many fights. And I dread the day when S2G and these teams have to go against S2G, in fact, when they have 4 players in these end circles, because they are a very, very good team. A lot of things happened there. Few points for the teams towards the top. Not many points that were massively influential, but Unicorns love getting far to the end of the game there, John.
Yeah, plenty of points being taken in pivotal positions, setting us up beautifully for tomorrow. But for now, we're going to head back to the desk to close out the day.
Yeah, we're going to be at the desk here as we break down the last match and what all happened today as DENİZBANK Wildcats get themselves on the board in a fashion that they need. However, will it be a fashion that will get them in the running for top 3? Well, we'll find out in just a little bit of time here. But gentlemen, a good little closer. Color seems convinced that it's not going to be. But either way, they get a win no matter what.
It would take a gargantuan effort, I think, for Wildcats to be able to get up towards that top 3. But they get themselves a win here off the back of a great position.
Yeah. And how do you feel about VIRTUS.PRO not winning the game?
Well, they could have seized this position and could have kept going, but they were a bit slow on the uptake. Let's be real.
Yeah, it was a bit scary because SURREAL had this big split, right? There was definitely an opportunity for teams such as noticeably VIRTUS.PRO or even Wildcats, which is what Wildcats did at the very end, to be able to overwhelm them with their 4-man team there and just able to get himself a good position. So yeah, a team that hasn't got a chicken dinner yet in the tournament, able to get it, but it's going to require a lot more now from this team if they want to have just the slightest chance to make it to PMGC. But we still have 6 games tomorrow. That's a lot of games on the day, so there's still a little opportunity to make it up.
So what you're saying is, Max, we have 1/4 of the matches left to go?
Yes. I had to think for a second to make sure.
It's fine. It's fine. I can see QODEX there as well. I think that was about 5 points for them. Some teams still getting some decent points in this one, but not a lot of eliminations. A really calm game, I think, when it came to elims. No real standout teams. Let's take a look here at the highlights from this match. And you know, Max, you're a little sad here.
I was angry. Okay, there's one team, they win the fight, 4 eliminations, great, fantastic. Plus, they're in church, is a great position for scouting. You get all the information. Send MADBULLS. Okay, it's a little bit tricky. Fair enough, they might come out on top. Send 5 FLUX on top of that. Like, really pulling my leg right now. Just calm it down for a second. So, Pioneer did good with what was sent their way. But it's 5 FLUX and MADBULLS.
It was, it was really strange because MADBULLS came in, and FLUX came in, and then Nova for China all of a sudden appeared and just started taking them out as well.
Those teams with not even playing PUBG Mobile coming in. Yeah.
Nobody wanted you
Faker
to
was there. Wow.
It was insane. It was
Old
crazy.
Cloud9 squad came out of nowhere. Beowulf out of retirement.
There you go.
Doing a swap team.
Harvey's back in, you know.
Stop them. Stop Max right now. Yeah, it was great.
It's tough times, but I mean, Pioneer, they've been able to show, I'd say, an okay amount of work today, but I mean, defending against those many teams and those many caliber of teams is not easy whatsoever.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough, right? It's just going to be pinched between multiple teams. They try to eke their way out of it, but just you're on top of church. If you start leaving, the teams have the high ground position. It's done.
The hilarious thing about it all is that Pioneer put up a really good fight.
It was good, right?
They really held on very strongly, but there's no way you come out of any of that unscathed, never mind completely unwounded.
It's a roller coaster of emotions, like, what? Oh,
no way.
What? Oh, no.
Well, I mean, they definitely won't come out on top if Colors didn't predict them to win.
Correct.
If he did, they probably would have won that fight.
Agreed.
I blame you.
Sorry.
You're not really sorry, though.
No.
Let's take a look, though. Actually, no, let's not take a look yet. Gentlemen, who's your MVP of the day?
I know.
I'm going to go first so I can get a correct prediction. I'm going with MoneyKen.
Yeah, MoneyKen. It has to be.
Yeah.
All right. Who's our MVP of the day? Remember, at the end of the entire event, the MVP from all 4 days will get themselves $2,000.
Hey.
MoneyKen, he's 19 eliminations. I mean, he was leading the table in elims. I think at the end of the day as well, but then again, S2G was still alive at the end.
Yeah, I think before this game, he was still the top fragger of the entire tournament, right? The fact that he caught up to players like 5 FLUX, Kelsey from S2G, is mental. These stats are huge.
4,000 damage across six games. I mean, he did 1,271, I think it was, on the Sanhok.
The Sanhok match, yeah.
So, I mean, that as an offset is insane, because Sanhok is just not a battleground where you get 1,271 damage.
He had 2 matches where he got over 1,000. Like, one that was close to 1,500, I think, even. So he had a fantastic day. It's hard to, like, compete with that.
I mean, it's keeping QODEX in the running. They still have a bit to go here, but with plays like this out of him, if he can replicate this tomorrow, we very well could see QODEX breaching top 3, but they have to continue this performance.
I mean, to get the ball rolling for them, he was instrumental in denying WILDCATS their breach on towards the compound on the Erangel win that they got. So that it is enough to be like, okay, yeah, I see what you're bringing, I see what you're cooking with, and from there, just didn't let up. Really didn't let up.
And even that last Erangel we had today, where it was TJB getting himself the win, he just made a mess of all the teams around him. He solo's like, I'm going down, but with a bang, right?
Yeah.
He just got so many more eliminations on the board. This guy,
messed up your prediction.
Money can, but even as a solo, this guy can do some real big damage down it. It worked out once again. He is a scary player.
But it does worry me, though. Again, in the past, not to have a little asterisk to this, he was great on day 1 in Western Europe, but when it went to the rest of the days, he went completely downhill. He was like a roller coaster that only has one drop, you know? He starts at the peak, and then he just disappears off the face of the planet, which I think on a roller coaster, you wouldn't want to do that. It's not a very fun roller coaster. But can he replicate it tomorrow? If he can, QODEX, top 3, yes, no?
It's going to be hard. You said at the start of the day, you know, could we pick our top 3? I still think, thinking about it overall, FLUX, HVVP, MADBULLS. I don't know how those 3, if they keep things up, get dethroned.
Max?
I have to mirror that. I think that those are the 3 teams currently that are competing for that position. Even if S2G have a good day, they already made it to PMGC, so like, who can really compete? There are some teams, but no one's been able to so far have a good day and another good day back-to-back so far, and you need to be able to convert these good days like QODEX if they want to compete. So I would say those are currently the 3 main competitors for that spot.
Well, we'll get into our overalls in a second, but before we get there, let's take a quick little recap of who won each match today, because obviously we had another 6 matches. We had a couple of new winners that we have yet to see before. For instance, starting things off, OZAROX coming through big here with 10 eliminations, but HVVP, I think that was a stand-up match for me today. That and obviously Erangel, the 3rd match, 20 elims out of HVVP. This team who was getting good placements, not so great eliminations, no chicken dinners, and then bam, they hit us with this, and they hit the lobby hard.
We were talking about it all the time, right, Kalaris? You said there's going to be a point where HVVP are going to get that win, and it's going to be massive, and it's going to impact the entire lobby, and it happened on match 2 there, so that was the game that put them back in the racing, right, for the top 3, and this is a team that now we know can close off games if they do that tomorrow. It's hard to predict who's going to be up there. We got on like the 3 main ones that you already thought, but there's a chance one of those 3 falls off and another team just barely below them just overtake them at the end.
Well, barely below them. How barely below are the teams? It's easy for me to say. If you take a look at our overalls and see how close it is in the running here for a top 3. Remember, top 3 get into PMGC. First place, $40,000 in their pocket. We can see your 182 points here in the lead. I want to turn my head to see because I didn't catch your lesson time. It is FLUX, HVVP, and MADBULLS, but OZAROX 161, Unicorns Love 160, S2G 155, even Code. Actually, everyone here in top 8, I feel like still can breach top 3.
Yeah, I agree. Whether or not they do is questionable, but the point is that it's still doable here. For when you look at Unicorns of Love, again, if they get themselves into late game situations, I think that they can make that top 3. OZAROX likewise. I think that the first position that they got themselves in, okay, but they're still capable, especially when we saw them do the send through to Miramar. So yeah, we'll see.
And as you mentioned already, right, Jason, is that roller coaster for QODEX. If they cannot follow up the results of today, I think that very early on in the first maybe 3 matches of tomorrow, if they do not replicate it, same for not only them but also Pioneer. If they don't have a good start of the day, they're already potentially out of the race for PMGC, so it's tough. These teams need to be great out of the gates instantly tomorrow, otherwise it's tough, and that's a lot of red arrows. Goddamn.
Yeah. Well, DENİZBANK WILDCATS with that victory, they could put them kind of in the running. I mean, it's 145, I believe, to 136, so behind by about 9 points. So they do have a realm of possibility to qualify, but it would take a very big day tomorrow. However, teams like VIRTUS.PRO, I don't want to say they're out of the running because I have so much respect for this team, but it's starting to feel like it.
It does, doesn't it? Especially since we've seen some really good stuff from them.
Oh, yeah.
So far throughout the 3 days, but because you have to have seen the chicken dinners come through from them. But in some of the other games, they've looked a little bit slow. Even this last game, especially, I do feel like their movement down towards south was just a little bit slow. Like, how are you going to be able to get yourself the chicken dinner or something if it's as urgent as being in the bottom side of this table if you're not being urgent yourself in the game?
Yeah, and if you have 2 chicken dinners and you're that low on the rankings, your highs are very high, your lows are unfortunately very low, and that's what we've seen most of the tournament so far. So is there really a chance in that position? Unfortunately, I don't really think so. There could be a big change. It's still 6 matches, like 6 matches. Yeah. If you have, I don't know, a performance like MADBULLS, 5 wins in 6 chicken dinners.
Or like Alpha 7 yesterday in Americas.
Yeah, if they get something similar to that, it could happen.
Podium.
There is a slight chance, but it's a miracle at this point that we need to see from them.
It's going to be tough, but you know what, gentlemen? It is possible. It's just going to depend on how the matches go tomorrow. Not many matches left to go for any of these teams, for any of their chances to get into our top 3. But for you guys at home, we want to hear what you guys have to say here about the show. There'll be a link posted over on YouTube. Make sure you guys click that. Go check out the survey, because if you do, Maxman might surpass Kalaris in predictions. And for the first time ever in PUBG Mobile history, Max might be our victor.
I thought you were going to shave my eyebrows. I was expecting
Oh, no.
It's just the default answer now.
We're going to shave Kalaris' beard, because I think that's more valuable to him than his eyebrows.
Nobody wants to see a 34-year-old man look 15 years old, all right? Nobody wants to see
I want
that.
to see the double chin. I want to see it.
That's not bad.
Oh, okay, you hit real hard with that
under
one.
there.
It's terrible. Nobody wants to see the baby face. It's so bad.
Actually, we do have some pictures of that. Maybe we can work with that. Matt, if you're out there, you know what to do. But thank you guys again for tuning in. That's going to round out our 3rd day here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Championship. There's 1 day left. 6 chances here for 3 teams to make it into PMGC. You're going to find out tomorrow who it's going to be, so make sure you tune in.